What up? What up? What up? Let me get this mute off native. What's going on, y'all? What's up in the chat? I see y'all in there. What's up? Good morning to y'all, or good afternoon, or good morning, afternoon, whatever, before noon, whatever you want to call it.
What's up, brother?
Chill. Man, we got Sage with us from Sage News. Y'all know Sage. Gonna get it in. We got Native. He's in the work ride doing the damn thing, hanging with us. Gia. So what's up, fellas? What's going on with y'all, man?
Trying to prep for World War III.
You're muted, Sage. You're muted, brother.
Thanks for letting me come on. I appreciate it.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate both of y'all jumping up.
No doubt, man. Gotta be.
Hell yeah, man. Some wild stuff popping off, fellas. Some wild stuff.
Gotta get it in.
I haven't heard a whole lot this morning, man. I've been trying to get ready and, barely got any sleep, man. Didn't have time to do nothing. Jumped up, started doing everything I had to do to get ready so I could do this, man. Y'all heard anything going on? Anything being said? Anything new?
Yeah, I did a video this morning. I made it members, but I can make it unmembers after this. But I was actually talking through Telegram through a buddy. I have two friends that I work. They're colleagues, and I work with them in regards to logistics, but they're not in the military or anything. So, and I've done a couple interviews you've probably seen, but I was actually on the phone with him this morning, kind of asking what's going on, if he's okay and stuff like that. And basically, right in the middle of the conversation, helos and planes flew over above, and I could hear something over above. He says, "Can you hear that?" And I'm like, "I could hear it." And then next thing I know, I think he's got his sister there and his girlfriend and his parents and everything. I just hear that kind of scream, and then he cuts out.
Wow.
So I'm chatting with him, and what they did was they're taking a military airfield basically, I'd have to name the town again. I'd have to go back and look. But I actually have a video of it. It was on Twitter also, right near the Capitol. And they're taking he told me what they're doing is they're taking out the military first. So they're basically going into military, airfields, military supply stations where they keep the weapons and things like that. And they pop them first. And then that's kind of what they're doing. So that's how they're rolling in. And I'm still in contact with him. Like I can message him right now as we're talking on Telegram. He doesn't want to come on live because he's only had like an hour of sleep and he's there with his family and they're kind of. But he's asking me for what news updates I have and things like that, and he's sending me stuff also. So
that was pretty eerie though, huh? To be on an interview with him or talking to him, and then not bombs, but you hear all this noise, and then all of a sudden screaming and stuff, and then it cuts out.
Yeah, and we've been friends for a while. We've been friends for like over 2 years. So like I told him, I'm like, can you get out? Because Jesus Christ, I'll get you here. And basically he can't get out. I mean, the roads are jammed. Everybody's trying to get out, and he decided to stay. Thank you for the donation there. That's awesome.
Yeah, appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you.
And for me, it was that intense feeling that it's like, oh my God, did something just happen? So yeah, I actually, and it's been, to have this type of stuff going on there. And of course, then you have people that says it's not happening. There's nothing happening. And they're only doing this to, cover top secret information and get rid of all the paper trail. I'm like, what paper trail can't be delivered by email that they have to go in there with tanks and stuff to destroy papers?
People have their thoughts on it, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And I'm so, like I said, these guys, they're scared. They're terrified of being killed in war. They're at war. I mean, a superpower is rolling into another large, we're not talking third world country here, but they're not first world, but type thing like us, but they're rolling into another country and taking it over. I mean, literally rolling in and just going to take it. And Russia's a superpower. And it's one of those that we said don't do it. So it's not like we're going into Afghanistan or something like that. It's like, where everybody's kind of on the same page to handle this, right? This is something that other countries are saying, don't do it, Russia, don't do it, and they are. So this is a big deal.
Yeah. You know, there was a lot of mixed feelings on this. A lot of people said that nothing was going to happen at all, and they didn't think that it was going to pop off. And then some people thought it was, and then some people were on the fence. I know there was a lot of different prepper channels out, trying to pick up because I like to hear all sides, man. Because no one knows who's going to be right or who's going to be wrong, and that really doesn't matter. But I like to hear all sides to get a handle on what I think might happen. You know what I mean?
Right, and I even said it was. I did not think it was going to happen because I read some white papers, and I put that video out for that, and it went through that. The only thing that threw me is I did not expect Biden to come on and say, "Hey, we will sanction the crap out of Russia, and that's all we're going to do." Right. So once he said that, I'm like, oh no, that's not what I wanted to hear. We're going to cut their because they don't need our money. I mean, Russia's been sanctioned forever. They're always getting sanctioned. So it's like, oh, you're going to throw me in the rose bush? Okay. Back to the bribery bush. Okay. Yeah. So I didn't
slap on the wrist.
Right. I didn't expect that. And that's the part that I didn't expect us to do. And so that threw me. But once that happened, I'm like, oh, crap, they're going to go in. Once he said that. But that's what threw me. Because I didn't expect to go in either. Because Russia's not – nobody's rolling in the dough right now to be able to fund a military and be able to go head-to-head with superpowers. But kind of once Biden came out and said, we're going to slap him on the wrist with some, cutting the sanctions, I'm like, wow, that's not going to do it. That's not going to stop him.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Sin. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. Your turn there, Native.
Well, I was one of those on the fence with this whole thing. I've always said that Russia was going to do this and China's going to go in Taiwan. But my thing was always, what's the repercussions going to be? What's going to be the response of the U.S. military? Is Biden and his administration going to send our troops over there? Psaki said yesterday that they weren't. But with the whole economic sanction thing, we get a lot of our petroleum from Russia. So when they're coming out and telling us that Americans are just going to have to pay for the sovereignty of Ukraine, that's probably part of it. Because now our energy costs are going to go up. And I heard a report this morning that a lot of our officials in Washington, D.C. have fled. They fled D.C. and they're going to places and installations in Colorado and places like that. I haven't been able to find anything to substantiate it. I heard it on Tim Pool this morning, but it makes sense because I'm trying to figure out what Putin's play here is. And I know we were talking about last night that he wants to rebuild the Russian empire, not so much communism, but he wants his piece of the globalist pie. I think he knows what's going on, towards the grand start over. And I think he wants to be in position so that he's one of those ruling powers. And I think this is his play on it. That's why he didn't do anything when Trump was in office.
Let me tell you, Native, real quick to go off of what you said about them fleeing. Awkward Texan sent me a screenshot of a plane. She was in the Air Force and stuff, so she keeps an eye. She keeps an eye on that stuff. But there was a plane dipping out straight towards an area where there's like a fallout shelter and shit, and it looked like she put question mark, is this somebody big, who are they trying to hide now? What's getting ready to go down? So yeah, when you talk about people fleeing, they might be fleeing to some bunker somewhere.
Yep.
And I think this has been happening. I think they've known about the possibility of this for a long time, right? Because it's constantly been, Washington's empty, this is going on, where's Biden? Well, if we're at this type of conflict and I'm the president, you're not going to know where I am. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be sitting at the White House. I'm going to, I'll be all over the place. Because at any time that would be so. But yeah, you're right. Like if you think about it in regards to logistics, because this is how I looked at things, Russia provides an awful lot of natural gas to that whole side of the country, right? It's cheaper to do it because you don't have to put it on a ship. You can just kind of pump it through pipelines and you can run it that way. That's why they pay, normally pay cheaper for natural gas and heating and things like that. So if that's done, they're going to start having to send our natural gas by ship over there, and that's going to be, and let's face it, supply and demand, right? Supply and demand. Things go up with supply and demand. So our stuff's going to go up. The other issue is the SWIFT system. And I've just had some stuff pop up on Twitter, and I don't know if everybody knows what the SWIFT system is, but anytime, well, most of it, 90% of the time, you make any type of exchange of money and stuff, it's the way the SWIFT system is the system that banks transfer money and money's kind of exchanged. Think of it as the software that allows banks to move money around. Okay. Well, the world's kind of on this SWIFT system to the most part, but they're about to kick Russia off that. And say you can't move, you can't move money around. You know what I mean? Through the system that allows to do that. Once you start backing Russia into corners or backing people into corners like that, if they're not set up to say, hey, we don't care, we got our own system, or we're just going to trade with China, or we're just going to trade with North Korea, you're going to start to, that dog's going to start to kick back once you back it in that corner. And I'm just shocked that he is still he's still just sanctioning him, and I don't see anything happening like drill baby drill. I don't see anything happening like prepare, you know what I mean? Because nothing is happening on our side. Like why haven't we been told free up federal land, start drilling, send those oil rigs, start hitting, you know, as much as why hasn't any of those actions come into play to kind of free up possibilities of that? And we just seem to be at a knee-jerk reaction rather than a proactive reaction, and that's kind of what making me a little nervous here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Lady Rowan just sent me a text. One of the ladies she works with, her husband's in 82nd Airborne, and he's over there. He was one of them who got deployed over there, I guess in Poland. And she just told her that her husband said all their leadership is saying, we're not getting involved. We're not going in Ukraine unless U.S. Is specifically attacked.
Unless who is?
The U.S.
The U.S.? Not
Yeah.
So, or NATO. So I think what they're waiting for is NATO. They need a reason to go in. And unfortunately, in my opinion, Putin knows they need a reason to go in, right? So unless it's a NATO country, which I don't think Putin's going to touch right now, I don't think that they're gonna assist. I think they're gonna let this Ukraine. And the issue is that Ukraine doesn't want. Like I said, when I talked to a buddy of mine from Ukraine, they literally do not want Russia. They don't want to be a part of Russia. They have their own language. They have their own, stuff, and this is not what they want. And they now look at us, are basically saying, "Look, you're supposed to be here to help us. We signed the treaty. We got rid of our nuclear weapons back in 1994, and you were supposed to protect us. But the issue is that I believe the treaty says only if it's nuclear. So exactly, and that's the other thing too. That's what I was just talking about. You start sanctioning them and cutting their money off, and that's remember, calling war isn't just blowing something up. If I completely cut you off, perfect example. If China were to come in and say, "Hey, we are no longer delivering any type of goods to your country," that would be an act of war. It just would. Because we need those goods. Our people need those goods. We don't have time to make you know what I mean? So, in our own little special way, without throwing a punch, we are slowly declaring war on Russia by cutting them further and further off. It's just, like it or not, it's the same reason we went into war with Japan. We cut off the oil. They went to war because of oil, and they lost the war because of oil. They didn't have oil to be able to continue on, and this is where we're at now, and this is a big deal.
Right. Plus, China has already released a statement saying it's going to be the same for Taiwan very soon, the same as Ukraine. So now we're going to have two fronts splitting it.
Right.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they would want, would be that, and Taiwan's watching this. Taiwan's looking at this saying, ruh-roh, how are they going to handle this? What's going to happen here? And the reason Taiwan is so important, so nobody knows, is like 80% of our semiconductors, which is in everything, comes from Taiwan. And Taiwan's a huge, that leverage point, that kind of, the world's going into a technology-based world, right? We used to be industrial, right? And then we were building things, the cars and Britain. Now everything's technology-based, right? You can't, everything from drones to missiles to ships to jets to cars to your phone, to the way we're talking, it's all technology, right? Well, as China starts to secure that technology base, which they are with things like natural resources and rare earth metals and things like that, they're gonna control the future. When they control that aspect of life, I mean, think about being without this stuff. I mean, a lot of preppers can, but I'm going to say 90% of the people on the planet would be, or at least the United States would be doomed if we cut off all their technology, right?
Right.
That would be a deafening blow to a lot of people. And this is what they're looking to control. And this is why Africa is such a big deal, because part of the great start over, I have to use some code words here. Part of the great start over is taking over countries and where they can now create like second world countries or third world countries and basically provide them jobs and stuff where they can, start to slowly become first world countries. And then that's kind of part of that great start over also. And there's money to be made there.
Right. So,
Yeah.
So, I mean, with all this going on, I'm sorry, brother, go ahead.
No, you got it, bro.
I was just going to say, so with all this going on and what Sage just told us about us not tapping into our own stores and we're not getting natural gas from Russia anymore, petroleum, and we're going to have to export more to help our NATO allies. And then with all the bugs that's going on around in the banking system and stuff and the supply chain issues, doesn't this feel like it's the perfect system to collapse the United States from within?
Yeah, and that's a big part. In my opinion, that was a big part of it. And it's one of those things that a lot of ways, communism comes into countries or things like that come into country is you have these events, right? These large events. You need an event to cause that to happen. Something where you want the government to say, please help us. And then once you get people into that position, you can then put into play what you want to put in.
Right.
So some of these, what I consider to be events or things like that, would be easily a way to roll in what you wanted to roll in. And it's not something everybody looks at, well, it's going to happen tomorrow. The Great Depression in 1929, everybody thinks, 1929, the Great Depression, that's the stock market crash. We all lost money. Well, that's not exactly how it worked. Like, the stock market crashed, but only about 2% were in the stock market back then. 2-3%, right? Actually used the stock market. What actually the crash was more about was bank runs. The 1930, about a year later, stuff was coming out that banks were not stable. And one of the banks was called the Bank of the United States of America. Now, it wasn't a government-owned bank. They just they jumped on the name and said, perfect, we'll call ourselves this. Well, that was a little bad. Because once the Bank of the United States of America or whatever, Bank of the United States or whatever it's called, once people started going there and said, hey, I want my money, they stopped giving people money. Well, that stuff slowly got around by the news, by talk, by things like that. And there was bank runs. And it was the bank runs that actually collapsed and caused some of the Great Depression. And this is some of the stuff that, the things that can happen now is kind of caused by this type of stuff. Now, there was protections after that, like Hawkeye just dropped the FDIC. That was created to say, hey, please stop going to the banks. Your money's safe. It's fine. Don't do this. And that's kind of why some of the FDIC was created and stuff like that to prevent that. But the issue is, if you want to collapse something, he's doing a hell of a job, because I don't see, if he knew this was coming, I don't see precautions. Like I said, I cannot believe oil's not pump, go, pump it. I did post I'd have to go to my page. I did post that they were draining a little bit. It's not bottomed out. I think it's like 550 million barrels in the emergency oil fund, which is our, reserve supply. But I don't see any, and maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see, I'm not hearing any news I do a lot of oil stuff. I'm not hearing a lot of news of people saying, go baby, go,
Right.
Hey, Hutch, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Hutch?
The Hutchster.
My brother, Sage, nice to meet you officially, sir.
Yes, nice to meet you also.
Yes, indeed. Man, false flag, there was a question, and I wanted to...
Cyber attacks.
Yeah, false flag, cyber attacks on U.S. critical infrastructure coming. Thoughts? Question mark.
Absolutely.
I think so, man, for sure.
All this goes down, and then they throw us in the dark. People can't get money. People who aren't prepared. You can't get gas. You can't move. You can't travel. I see it, man. That's the perfect thing, the black swan event that'll push us into the grand start over.
And Russia's warning of it. They're saying they're gonna, retaliation for whatever kind of sanctions we do or whatever. I'm sure it's gonna be cyber attacks.
Yeah.
We know they can do them.
He said something that the world has never seen before.
Yeah, I think that was something about like if we military, if our military goes in or we strike them up, I think that's going to be.
Yeah.
But they're going to do something. They're going to do something if we, because we're about to hit them with the hardest sanctions to ever happen. We're pretty much going to be taking their money, taking their means, and they're going to look at it like, who the hell are you to take anything from us? They're so sick of these sanctions and shit that we do all the damn time anyway. You know what I mean?
Right.
We've already seen, though, I mean, with T-Man and all that stuff before, sanctions don't really mean a whole lot of anything.
No.
So,
Right.
I mean, Potato could sit there and talk all day, hey, we're going to do this and do this and do this, but you ain't done it yet, so why the fuck are you bringing it up?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. It's a scare tactic. You got to get up there and, you know what I'm saying, and all that shit, but until you actually implement it, you ain't done nothing. It's just lip service. You know what I mean?
Right.
So until we actually see any kind of physical repercussion, it's all pretty much up in the air. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee that we're going to actually fight Russians. There's no guarantee that we're actually going to have boots on the ground in Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? It's too much of a what if, because there's too many egos and too many things going on right now that it's hard to predict 10 minutes from now, let alone 10 years from now. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing that gets me is we don't know what Putin's going to do. He might have it in his mind. Like, we don't know what Putin's thinking, and he's taking bold ass action right now. So does he have the boldness in him to take even more action, even farther than Ukraine? We really don't know. I know we can sit here and say, nah, it ain't going to be no more than this. It ain't going to be no more than that. But we sat around saying, nah, this wouldn't even happen. So you just never know, man. With him and China, who knows what they're going to be up to, man. They might think it's their time.
Right.
I think if I was Putin, China, right now I look at the U.S. as flat-footed, right? They've had issues with the convoy. They've had issues with this. They've had issues with that. They have we're already out of fighting, so we're kind of our government seems to be flat-footed and not progressive, right? And even our reactions are slow as hell. So it's just like you said, sanctions don't work because all they do. Perfect example is we sanctioned. Mr. T pulled us out of Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is the trade deal, right? Well, China jumped in on that, and it was designed to go against China. So now China it started January 1st. The largest trade deal ever was created because we pulled out of the Trans-Pacific trade deal, and they went in. So when you sanction people, if they can find a way around it, it just kind of makes them strong. You know what I mean? It teaches them how to make it stronger. Like, you cut Russian money off, they say, fine, we'll just sell to China. Fine, we'll sell to these people. Fine, we'll sell to these people. It's, sometimes you cannot give. Now, with the cyber attacks, in 2017, Ukraine was hit with a cyber attack that took down just oddly, because of the software, it took down the container company Maersk, which is the largest container company. Now, that wasn't the plan. It just happened. They were just kind of collateral damage. But it shut them down for 2 weeks. And we're at a logistics point that if something like that happens, it doesn't even have to be a direct hit. It just has to affect something in our supply chain or a company that handles supply chain because it's all software-based. And it's going to affect us. And that's something that also I don't think a lot of people are thinking about. It doesn't have to be a direct hit right now with us. You could shut down Maersk again for 2 weeks, and our supply chain, we're screwed.
Right.
We're at that point in our supply chain where we are at a tipping point that we need things to start going right. Something goes wrong, and I put something out too. I am seeing food on my shelves of my stores that's moldy. I mean, I'm grabbing moldy food saying, hey, did you not see this? Oh, that one must have got bought. Yeah. Or the date's being pushed back or stuff like that everybody
pushing that shit off the boats. They're pushing that shit that's been sitting on them boats.
And it's like everyone needs to make sure they check their food. Obviously, canned stuff is different, but if it's anything else, check those dates. Check that food. I threw it in the shopping cart a couple times, didn't look at it, brought it home. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't look at this. So it was moldy by the time I got it home, and it's only a 10-minute car drive, so I don't think it was moldy. But it must have been moldy before. It's not that far of a car drive. But this is some of the stuff that's already happening that isn't really getting mentioned.
Let me ask y'all this, man. I heard this morning that Putin said that he doesn't want to occupy Ukraine. Do you think that they believe him? Because, they said they were just doing drills. They wasn't going to attack nobody. Oh, we're not going to attack Ukraine. We're not going to attack Ukraine. While the U.S. is like, nah, they're going to attack Ukraine. Do you think they believe him when he says he doesn't want to occupy Ukraine? Because I don't. I think he wants Ukraine destroyed. Look at the hour-long message he put out before all this shit went down. You know what I mean?
I think it's semantics. Technically, he doesn't want to occupy Ukraine. He wants to own that bitch.
Right.
So what he said is not wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to him it's not Ukraine. To him it's Russia.
Right.
He's just kind of heading over to another part of his country, and so he's not occupying it. He's just moving into something he feels he already owns. you know what I mean? I mean, I just got a message right now. It says it's from my buddy in Ukraine. Like I said, he's not military. He's just a regular guy. He's in logistics like me. They've taken control over the airport in Kyiv, which is their capital. And by the latest news, they just sent 18 big airplanes into that airport. So they're going into the capital now with probably military planes. So I'm going to try to find it.
Somebody earlier dropped in the chat. They didn't say where it was from or nothing, so I didn't throw it up. I thought people might look into it. But he said that they actually just dropped a bomb on Kyiv. And that was like, that was 10, 15 minutes ago, I believe.
Let me ask him.
Well, let me ask you guys this. What do you think it will take for the president of Ukraine to surrender? Because if they just surrender to Russia, it's over.
Too many civilian casualties. I think that's the only thing to worry about is the fallout. Is because, I could be wrong, but the perception of the wars that have been going on the last couple of years, it could just be because I'm an obnoxious American and I only see what I see. You know what I mean? But every military action seems to be either drawn out to cause as much damage and loss of life as possible in a 20-year span of a war that we shouldn't be in, things like that. To, their perception is they don't see it as we do. They don't have the same rules of engagement. So if they go over there and kill 100,000 citizens, then automatically to the world they're demonized, but to them it's a just cause. But then it comes down to what are the actions that have to take place for them to be willing to say fuck 100,000 civilians. You know what I mean? So it's the degree of how things happen is what the response is going to warrant. So if you go straight into Kyiv and be like, hey, we took your capital, boom, your country's ours. Like you said, it's done. But if they put up resistance, how long before they're trying to get citizens out in the streets with guns? You start killing citizens, then your whole game plan switches. You're like, maybe we should think about raising a white flag. You know what I mean? So it's
right.
Yeah, I look at it like this. America wanted Ukraine to be what it is yesterday, and America's involved. So as far as waving the white flag, I think you have to look at America. Because I think Ukraine is looking at America like, now, what do we do? What do we do? You know what I mean? And I think America is pretty much going to be the one that tell Ukraine, well, maybe you should surrender or maybe you shouldn't. I think they have a big part in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and talking about what Hutch just said, actually, last night they did say that an American got killed, a journalist got killed, and there were civilians killed, and there were like a couple hundred Ukrainian soldiers killed. So, I mean, of course, you're going to get a civilian killed here and there. I know what you're saying. If you start offing civilians like crazy, that's going to be real bad. Because, and I think that America could actually use that as a reason to go above and beyond what they say they will. If you start hearing America talk about, there's 2,000 Ukrainian civilians slaughtered, then you got to start thinking, okay, America's thinking about doing something militarily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to think realistically. Like, this is just a random question. Like, I know where I don't give two damns. I think Ukraine would be better under Russian law, but that's just me. That's neither here nor there. But not even 2 years ago, our sitting president now was talking about trying to do everything he could to get rid of Ukraine, to put sanctions on them because they were going against him. So now it's like 2 years ago, you hated these people with every fiber of your being, but now today you're willing to sacrifice your citizens to protect them. So it sends a mixed message. Like, are we supposed to hate these guys because they got dirt on you, or are we supposed to love these guys because they're getting invaded by this person? So when they were attacking you, they were the enemy. But when they're being attacked by somebody else, it's okay. We'll go in and defend them. You know what I'm saying? It's mixed signals. We don't know where our loyalty is supposed to be. We don't like our president. Nobody likes our fucking president. So therefore, we're not going to like the sanctions and the way he goes about doing things, just for the simple fact that we don't like him and we don't like anything he does. So it kind of puts a jumble on the whole situation. It's like, are we doing something right, or are we doing something wrong? Because I was told this yesterday and I'm told this today. You know what I mean? Gotcha. So it's.
I think the number one thing we got to worry about going forward is what's Russia's reaction to the shit that we're going to do to Russia as far as these sanctions, and UK does with these sanctions. Like, what's going to be their, we're going to punch them in the mouth. What are they going to do? They're going to do something. They're not just going to sit back and let us take all their money and shut down their banks and refuse them to be able to do business around the world and all this shit. Like, we're going to hit them with sanctions worse than and I know people think, oh, sanctions. And I feel you 100%. But still, we're going to do some sanctions that ain't ever been done before. Like, we're going to completely attack Russia economically. You know what I'm saying? Big time. So what's Russia going to do after that? Like, I think that's going to be a big part of what the future brings. You know what I mean?
See, I personally think people put too much emphasis on what these restrictions and all these other things can do to a different country. It's like, we're so consumed with the technology aspect of everything. Like, our biggest concern is grid down, right? But this country, this nation has been around for a millennia and some change. They've lived without the technology and the civilization, so they know how to maneuver and manufacture the things that they need to manufacture without the grace of technology. So it's not really as big as a threat as it seems to be. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, people who live in caves don't care if you shut their lights off.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it's.
I agree. I agree with you. I totally understand what you're saying, but they're in a new day and age just like us. So I think whatever we're going to do something to hurt them, and it's going to hurt. You know what I mean? No matter what, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt their people. I seen one dude, he's actually from Russia, and he was up on this thing this morning. He's like, I just don't get it. You know, he actually lives in Moscow. He's like, man, I just don't get it, man. What the hell is Putin doing? He's knocking us back to the damn, the caveman days and shit. Like, we're going to be so screwed up over this. And it's like, man, this could actually turn a lot of Russian citizens against Putin and make, like, damn, man, you're messing us up.
Right, because that's exactly who sanctions truly come back and hurt, right? If you're going to sanction me, the country, to not give me any natural gas, well, wherever I do get natural gas is going to be more expensive, and then the citizens are one that are paying for that additional price for natural gas, right? Just as an example. Right. So 90%, I'm not going to say all sanctions, but I'm going to give a number. Most sanctions eventually come down to hurt the people of the country that has just been sanctioned. Right, because they're going to pass that cost on. Welcome to business. They're going to pass that cost on, and that's kind of what eventually the only people that truly get hammered. That's why for sanctions don't work, because it's like, well, a lot of the people there might, are already living fairly cheap and living stuff like this. It's just, I don't see it as a huge impact to them if that's the choice we make. Now, in regards to taking Ukraine over, and they probably be like, well, we've gone into Iraq and all these other countries. the issue is that these are kind of global moves, right? And these global moves matter, and the reasoning matters. And when some country says, "Hey, we're going to go take this over because it's ours," and all these other countries say no, and the country that like Russia's going in there, and we said no, don't do it. Russia just said, "I don't care," and they did it. So to me, leverage of the world has now shifted. You know, at one point, if we've been like, "Don't do it," other countries are like, "Okay," you know what I'm saying? But now you have countries like us. So to me, the bigger picture is you are now witnessing the leverage of the world, and I've talked about this all the time, that the United States has lost their leverage. They've lost their ability to tell other countries either help us or don't help us or don't do this or don't do that. They no longer care about our money. They you know, places like North Korea, they shoot missiles and then somebody pays them and then they stop shooting missiles, right? They care about money. But we are at a point right now that the globe and the leverage of the world is now shifting from the United States and the West, I'll just call it, because that's also, you know, England, to the other side. And to me, that's kind of the more scarier aspect of this, is that if this does go through and they do take Ukraine, you have now seen the shift of power globally away from the United States. And
it kind of proves what Hutch was saying when they put that big middle finger to the sanctions, to the sanctions threat, because they're saying what Hutch is saying earlier, like we don't give a shit. Yeah, do all the sanctions you want. Y'all been doing this shit for years. We ain't worried about your damn sanctions. We're gonna do what we want. You're no longer the superpower. We do it. We're not scared of y'all anymore. Don't fucking threaten us. We're gonna do whatever the hell we want.
Right. I mean,
that's dangerous when it's a nuclear superpower. You know what I mean? This is
Russia.
Russia.
Yeah, I mean, this is no longer the proxy wars in the Middle East. This, like you said, this is Russia. And I mean, you have a man like Putin with his experience in the military, the Russian military, and just the amount of munitions that they can bring to bear. Also, I mean, I was thinking about this when Germany ended the pipeline that Russia was fixing to push through there, that was going to lower all their energy costs and everything, and now their energy costs going to be $2,000 a month per person. It makes me wonder, like, how are they reacting to their government doing this? I mean, are they buying the propaganda? Because it seems to me that all these European countries that have been under all these mandates, you know, and their entire economy is just as fragile as ours is. And here it was, they were supposed to get this pipeline. It was going to bring jobs. It was going to lower their energy costs. And their government just says, no, we're not going to do it. You know, I'm wondering how the people are going to react to this, because it don't seem like a good move what Germany's doing. So it makes me wonder what the play is here with all this. I just keep coming back. It's like they're doing this on purpose to make things collapse. And I'm not saying like they're in cahoots with Putin. He's doing his own thing. But Boris Johnson, I'm paying attention to what he's saying too. He's getting ready to give a speech in like 20 minutes. He's going to address Parliament. He's going to talk about the sanctions we were just talking about on Russia. So I'm trying to pay attention to what they're saying too.
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting, like I said, the whole situation in regards, like I said, and I obviously I'm a little bit more into it because I have friends and people I work with in Ukraine, right? So I'm going to come across a little different than everybody else. It's a little more emotional side sometimes, but I try to stay as logistics and as logical as possible as much as I can. He did say that they did not drop a bomb directly on. It looks to be south that they dropped the bomb, so south of him. Did message him.
But they and that was just here lately. Like they're still attacking.
Correct. Yeah, that was just that's what he said. So it wasn't exactly on the Capitol, because I asked if he dropped it, on that, and he says no, nothing here. But he believes they're saying it's south of that area. But they did take the airport. I mean, and I am seeing some stuff come across my stuff that says, Putin said that we had to react this way. 2 Russian helicopters and 7 other Russian aircraft were shot down. So things are getting shot down. So they're not, at least not giving up and saying, hey, we give up yet. But I don't know. U.S. For the CNN, sorry, I don't mean to mention those abbreviations, but the Biden administration is considering moving U.S. forces already into Europe east due to the massive Russian firepower. The problem is we're at a position that if we go in, we now have to deal with Russia and China and North Korea, right? And deal with whatever they're going to do. So we're at a point now where if we do go in and make a decision to go in, it's going to be a big decision because you're going to see them team up. Russia and China is going to team up. So now it's like, I don't know. I don't know if our administration has that in them to go to actually put boots on the ground to make that type of decision. And like I said, and this is where, to me, the shift in leverage and the shift in global power is we're now witnessing that shift.
And wait till China makes their move. You talk about a shift in power.
Right.
Shift in power, shit. Wait till China makes their move. It's like China and Russia have said, screw the whole world. Like, y'all ain't shit. We got this. Y'all can't do nothing to us.
And
it's crazy, man.
I've done a lot of videos. I'm not sure, and I know I talk all the time. Sorry, eventually I get tired. But anyway, I've done a lot of videos that that's what I believe the protectionary thing in your arm was. I believe that was one of the last things that we had leverage for in the world was pharmaceutical dominance. Our military wars are fought cyber. Our money's going to crap. Our intellectual property, we give that away or they steal it. But our pharmaceutical dominance, I believe that's what this thing was for, to try to give that to other countries and say, look, you need our medicine, you need our medicine, you need our medicine. And that's why because when we flew into Vietnam, we offered $1 million. She left. China flew in and offered $2 million for free. So it was about providing, like getting them hooked on a drug so that they still needed us for something. And I think that was one of the things that our last efforts in regards to trying to maintain some type of leverage in the world was blown back when basically they found out that, hey, you can just kind of just weed this out through herd immunity, or just or this other medicine that you can kind of use also helps. Oh, damn, they got us. And I think that was one of the last leverage points that we had, and we lost it.
To answer Coral Tigger, I think China's going to move fast. I don't think they're going to bullshit around with it. I think they see a chance to do what they do while all the attention is on Russia and Ukraine, and I think they want a little bit of that attention. They want to let the world know they ain't scared of the United States too. I think it's a huge power move, and China's going to eat it up and eat it up quick. They're going to be like, well, it's one thing to say have Russia putting their middle finger to us. It's a whole nother thing to have Russia and China at the same time putting the middle finger and taking, at the same time, the whole world's looking at us like, damn, y'all ain't helping Ukraine. And then boom, China does something to Taiwan. And the whole world's looking like, damn, America ain't helping with that neither. And they swore they would help with that. Like, it's not good, man. It's not good.
We can't stop China from taking Taiwan anyway. I mean, as soon as they establish that beachhead in Taiwan, they're entrenched. We'll never be able to get them out of Taiwan. It's a lost cause.
And even if it does kick off, if this Russia shit escalates more than it already is, if China even mentions that they're going to stick a toe in the water, America's freaking out. 70% of this country hates our government. What
they actually did.
Wants to have a protest at the Capitol.
Right.
So if we get rid of our military, we're on 7 different continents, spread out, fighting everybody and their fucking mama. We still got to worry about American citizens themselves at home trying to overthrow the government. So it's a clusterfuck all the way around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, China already talking, Hutch. I forget who said it, but it was in the chat, or was it you, Sage?
China... actually, a native said it, but they agree. They were starting to put out on some of their CCTVs that they have all over the place that this is, pay attention. We're going to be doing the same thing with Taiwan.
Yeah. It was you, wasn't a native?
Yeah, they put that out. They said it's going to be the same thing for Taiwan that what's going on in Ukraine very soon.
But you noticed it was all this stop the Asian hate and all this other bullshit that was going along with it for the longest time. But then all of a sudden, when China's like, "No, you're a bitch, sit down," we don't talk about China anymore. Russia, all the way back to this again. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like, we know you're in bed with this guy. You just spent the last 6 years telling us how evil these people are, but yet now we can't talk about them. We're going to act like they don't even exist anymore, even though they're probably debatably bigger superpower than Russia itself, and a harder place to defend. You know, where are you going to get in and surround China to do anything? You know what I mean? You got to deal with all these other Asian countries who hate Americans. You got to deal with the mountains in India to get over. In Ukraine, you're surrounded by tiny little countries that have no fortification. You know what I mean? It's a different field. You know what I mean?
And think about sanctions.
Yeah.
Think about sanctions. If you think Russia don't care about our sanctions, I know damn well rich ass China don't give two shits about our. They're so embedded with so many countries. There's no sanctions we can do to them. You know, my personal opinion. I'm just a dumb civilian, but you know what I mean. Like China's gonna giggle like shit if we say, "Oh well, we're gonna put sanctions on China." China's gonna be like, "Please."
China could cripple us today by sanctioning us. I mean, that's.
Right.
Our corporation, our Senate was passing this bill to sanction China over the Uyghurs, and we had our major corporations like Nike and Apple and Coke and a bunch of other ones were lobbying not to do that, to cancel that bill. There's no way, like China. You're right. China will care about our sanctions.
Yep. And actually, Russia, when we're talking about sanctions and all that, Russia was asking China, hey, man, y'all going to back us economically when all these sanctions go down? So that shows you right there. China not only can hold their own, but they can hold up Russia when we hit them with all these sanctions. So it's like, man, what sanctions ain't going to do shit.
That's what the people don't like. If we go to war with China, like they've said, we don't need sanctions. All they got to do is stop shipping shit. We get over 70% of our products come from Asian countries.
Correct.
What if they just decide to say, "Hey, we're just going to start sending all this shit to Russia at just a tiny bit over cost, just to prove it."
There you go. Medicines, auto parts, machine parts. We don't even realize they come from China. That if we don't have them, they can't even build and manufacture. Main thing, even if the manufacturing company is in the United States, they get the parts from China.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt.
There are pieces for motorcycles and cars that's literally just a bolt, just a single tiny little bolt, fraction of an inch, and it only is made in China. That is the only place you can get it. But if you don't have it, your shit don't work.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
not to mention chips. Not to mention the computer chips for this and computer chips for that. Everything's running off those nowadays. Damn near can't make a sandwich without having a computer chip.
China owns 80% of the mining rights for rare earth minerals in the world.
Correct.
I mean, come on.
We don't even have a processing plant to process rare earth minerals. So even if we mine them, we have to send them to China to process them.
I didn't know that.
So we're actually, I pulled it up in the video. We pulled up that the Department of Energy is actually, somebody can Google that, Department of Energy rare earth minerals. You can actually see that they're now saying, hey, maybe this is important. We should probably look at building something like this. And that's kind of what they're doing.
Like, I will say that Josh Hawley from the greatest state in the history of ever, Missouri, is trying to do it to where he's trying to bring medical manufacturing back to America. It makes no sense that 80% of our medications and hospital equipment comes from overseas. It makes no sense, you know. But it's along the same lines of you can buy a Chinese hammer for $1.50, or right next to it you've got an American-made hammer for $20. Chinese hammer is going to break in 2 weeks. The American hammer is going to break in 20 years. But it's still that I don't want to pay that difference. You know, it's just $1. I'll buy another one next week. You know what I mean? But you don't realize is that I'll buy another one next week is 200 weeks of buying a hammer when you could have just bought something right the first time. You know what I mean? We're trying to get rid of convenience. You know, we're giving up convenience. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. I want to ask Sage a question about this, man. With all the shit that's been going down for the past couple weeks, and with Biden and the administration coming out and pretty much calling every shot, what do you think that has? How does the world look at that? Does that put us in a good place? Does that make our people, the United States citizens, start looking at the administration like, hey, man, maybe we do have some good intelligence. Maybe we need to listen more. What do you think about all that, man? Because it seems like America called everything that Putin was going to do when everybody else was like, nah, it ain't going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's a good point. It's one of those things that I do believe that the issue is I almost believe that China, a couple things have happened. China is now coming out and basically saying, hey, we're going to do this. You like it or not? You know, we've reached a point now that they have no fear of repercussions. They've gone past the point that they're probably, it's not even true intelligence. They're just like, yeah, we're going to enter Russia as soon as the Olympics are over. You know what I mean? Because it's like, hey, deal with it. What are you going to do about it? And so it's almost at a point, I believe, that it's not Biden calling the shots. It's Putin and China just telling Biden, hey, we're going to do this. What are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? And then they're like, oh, no, what are we going to do about it? Because then all of a sudden you see a lot of propaganda. You'll start to see a lot of yellow journalism in regards to China. All of a sudden China was the enemy. I just believe that they knew. There was a meeting in Alaska in May of 2021, May or March, where basically China just called us out and told us we were bitches and they own us. It was from the Secretary of State and they're technically Secretary of State.
Right.
Which I can't remember what it's called right now, but it was in March of 2021 in Alaska. I have to look that up. I'm not a mod. I can't send links. I tried, and so we'll have to mod me eventually because it almost breaks me in half when I can't send receipts. So just so you know, but so that was one of the first steps of them basically saying, you know, you're going to start. And one of the statements that was huge was the fact that he said, look, I can speak English. You will be speaking Chinese very soon. I mean, it was at a point now where they were telling them that my language is going to be the one that you're going to be speaking to me. I'm no longer coming here speaking your language to you. You're going to learn mine. And that's a big deal. And when countries like China start to show their hand and actually step up and try to show dominance, because they like to play coy, right? But when they start to show their dominance and they start to show that, hey, we're going to do this, it doesn't take much intelligence to say, uh-oh, this ain't good, right? I missed that one. China rose.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go.
Was there a reason that the ISA was not invited to the G8 summit a few years ago? I don't know. I don't. I'd have to look into that one. I'm not sure why they weren't invited. It also when they didn't go to the climate exchange, with the climate summit in Glasgow that we went to, and they're just like, nah, we're good. Don't worry about it. We're not going. So they were already starting to show that they didn't care about our opinions about climate, and they were already starting to show that. And that was, like I said, that trade shift or that deal shift. But now you're actually seeing that power shift, and so it's all kind of coming together now, where you see them start to say, hey, we're not going to your climate summit. We don't care about your climate stuff. Hey, we're not going to do this. We're not going to go to this meeting. And now you're seeing the power shift of them basically saying, hey, we're going to take this over. And I do believe Taiwan's next.
Let me ask you this. When China makes their move on Taiwan, do you think they might possibly make a move to get our, ship fleets the hell out of there and make a big move on us? You know what I'm saying? Because they might be to the point now where they're like, look, we ain't scared. If y'all want to go to world war, we go to world war. It's on and popping. They might come at us with our ships over there in the South China Sea and all that. You think they might? And another thing too, Sage, is what about the, we got to move ships with containers and bring shit here and bring shit there, and we got to go through these places. Do you think that Russia and China is going to start shutting that down too, so we can't get shipments and shit as a way of paying us back for these sanctions or whatever we're going to do?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm trying to find the picture. I did have something where China went out and did a lot of stuff with the Belt Road Initiative. And some of the stuff that they did were they got strategic ports for certain spots that they basically took over. And the first thing they do when they do that is they say, well, some of our container ships are pretty big, and just so happens they have the same draft as our military vessels. So we need to dredge this to be able to fit those in there. So a lot of these ports have been dredged to be able to fit military vessels that have the same draft as some of their container vessels in there, right? So they like to squeeze you to death. Like Russia is blunt force trauma, right? China likes to squeeze you to death. So if China's going to make a move, a lot of stuff that they're going to do is they're going to go in financially and start taking over all of these different countries financially and eventually just squeeze all the money they can out of us before they let us implode. In my opinion, it's how I would do it. If I would take as much of your money as I possibly can until you have nothing, rather than just beat you with a brick.
Right. Yeah. And two, with China's like Navy, they can lock down. If they take Taiwan, they've got the whole South China Sea locked down. They've got all those islands they've made up. They've been in disputes with Vietnam, with Thailand, with the Philippines over taking over these little shoals and building them up to make their little military bases. They could shut down the South China Sea, but when it comes to leaving that area and going out and facing like the naval fleets, it would be like mutually assured destruction. That we would destroy each other's navies. The only advantage we have is our submarines. They don't have the technology to overcome our subs. Our subs would be sinking their ships left and right. And that, right. I mean, that has to come into play also.
And that's where the counter to that was, and this is where everybody's like, oh my God, there's missiles in the containers and stuff. Well, the actual threat of a container missile is not for it to be inside a container in the United States. It's so that, like I said, when Coast Guard or Navy or whatever starts rolling up on a ship, they're like, is that a military or is that a container? Oh, that's a container. That's fine. And next thing you know, that container's launching missiles, right? It's that in disguise unit that now all of these ships out there with containers on them, any one of them could be a Navy vessel. You know what I mean? A Chinese Navy vessel. So it's that threat of the unknown that they possess that to counter the threat of the unknown submarine. Does that make sense?
Well, let me ask y'all this, man. Do y'all think that America has the balls to step up? If let's say China throws a couple bricks at our ships over there to get us the hell out. Right now, I mean, with Biden at the helm or whoever it may be, some people say that it ain't Biden, and I feel you and all that, but will America just back down and say, all right, man, we'll just leave? You know what I mean? Do we have the balls to fight a fucking world war right now? Or are we just going to cower until they put us in a corner?
I'll let you guys go first because I that way you can make this one first.
I mean, the American people, yeah, but our government and the people that control our military, they're not going to get in this. I don't think they're going to get in a slugfest like that. I think it would take like major destruction for China just to preemptively, take out like an aircraft carrier or something like that. I mean that's just my opinion. But for us to send our entire Navy just to deplete our Navy, because that's what's going to happen if we get into a naval battle over this with China. We're just going to deplete our Navy. And then, I mean, it's not like we have just ships just rolling out. It takes a couple of years to build an aircraft carrier?
Yeah, they're pumping them out pretty quick over there compared to us, but it's pretty, I mean, their Navy outnumbers us. Like, if you were to look up largest Navy, they have the largest Navy in China. And a lot of our ships are older and stuff like that. It's not something we've been focusing on. Now, do we have firepower? Yes, we have a ton of firepower, but is that the way the war is going to be fought, right? Would you fight a war like that, or would you knock out a satellite because you happen to be able to crush your satellites out there and wipe out all that? I mean, that's where it's called hybrid warfare, and that's the new type of warfare is that hybrid warfare. I'm going to crush a satellite and let the country, because think about this. We have all these guns, right? If I was another country and I'm looking at the United States, you guys got Canada above you, Mexico, and then it's all water, right? You got no place to go. And you've got the largest amount of firepower. I wipe out your power and your banks and your electricity, you guys are going to end up shooting yourselves. And I just got to come in and clean up the mess after most of you guys throw down, because having those weapons is both good and bad in that aspect, right? Eventually, if they cut that off. So that hybrid warfare is an easier way to do that type of situation. And I think it's also a scary thing that I think the United States is looking at, like, what happens? I mean, you guys tell me, you guys are more prepper than I am.
Like, I agree with both of you, too, you know what I'm saying? But I do believe it's going to be a technology war. But at a certain point, when the technology's been wiped out, it has to resort back to, brute force. At a certain point, it's going to resort back to brute force.
Like you were saying, what happens when we've got all these soldiers here and here and there and here we are here with no power?
Right.
And let's face it, good luck to the people who don't like the guns. Let's see how that works out for you. But you know what I mean? At that point, everybody's like, hey, that Second Amendment, I should have gone with that one. But so that's the point, is that it resorts back to that. But now you're going to have to pull some of your troops back just to handle your own country's problems. You know what I'm saying? And I think it was you that said, what sanction somebody who lives in a cave, turn somebody's power off who lives in a cave. Who cares? Well, here, that is. I think I put a thing out that 1 in 8 people wouldn't survive if they didn't have their phone for a day. They would go nuts, right? It's like, I don't even have a cell phone. I don't leave the house, and when I do, I don't take a phone with me. But most people wouldn't, and I think that's another fear aspect that our country's looking at and saying, "Oh Lord, this is going to be bad if they happen to do this."
See, I can see it as the cyber warfare as a means to get to the physical, because, like you said, if this country goes completely black for 6 months, half the population's gone. Easy,
Correct.
you know what I'm saying? So that leaves you all this. Like, America is a big piece of land, you know what I mean? So, and it's pretty empty now. So if we lose half the population, that's that much more open land. That's that easier for.
Correct.
However many troops or squads to just run through all this open space to get to where you need to go. You know what I mean?
If they just took our grid down for 1 month, millions and millions of American people would die. People wouldn't be able to go and get their medicines that keeps them alive from week to week. There would be no more dialysis, no more cancer treatments. People who would have heart attacks or something like that, who could be rushed to the hospital and make it, they're going to die out. People are going to go crazy because people keep 3 days of food on hand, and they're going to be going out. People are going to be fighting and killing over resources in just 1 month. So if they just affect our grid just for a short period of time, it'll take out, like Hutch just said, major swaths of our population. And it goes along with the 2030 agenda, the Great Start Over. I saw someone in the chat mention the Georgia Guidestones, the depopulation agenda of Mr. Gates, all these different things. I mean, they could do it, like Sage just said, with the hybrid warfare, just taking off just for a month. We'd be screwed unless you're prepared.
Let me ask y'all this real quick. Let me jump in there just real quick, Sage. Y'all can go back at it, but just keep this in mind. Think about it as a chess game, and the whole world's acting up right now, and you got this people on this side, this people on this side. How do we switch the narrative from being on the defense to the offense? Like, you want to be in a place of power in a situation like this. You know what I mean? You want to be in control. You want to be making moves so they counteract your moves, not us counteracting their moves. You know what I'm saying? How does America do that? How can we do that? How can we change the tide of this thing from China and Russia?
We'll never change anything as long as we've got that bleeding heart mentality. Plain and simple.
We have to fix our own country before we can worry about changing the world stage. We're too screwed. Our country's too divided right now. I just don't see it happening. Hey, Tribe, man, I gotta bounce, man. I gotta get back at it. Thank you for having me on. Sage, always a pleasure, man. Hutch, my brother. Hope I see you tonight. If you're still going, man, when I'm done, I might come back.
All right, definitely, man. It's an open door for you, brother.
Since when can you go out at night? I was told you can't come out at night. What, you're not grounded anymore? You can come out at night?
Well, that's Tuesdays, man. That's Tuesdays.
Oh, okay. Not good.
I'll see y'all. Everybody in the chat. Love y'all, man. Y'all get ready. Get prepared.
Stay safe out there, man.
You know it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Love y'all.
Much love, brother. Much love.
And I'll answer that real quick. The best way to be on that is leverage, right? So when to be a dominant power, you have to have leverage. So we lost leverage when we started to say, hey, stop drilling. We lost that leverage because then the other countries said, well, they're not drilling anymore, so they need us, right? Great,
Right.
cool. So when you give away your intellectual property, like we give it away or let them steal it, or let large companies go into other countries and say, hey, take a look at how I built this Apple iPhone and all this technology, we lost that leverage. So we base it's hard to go in and take it back once you give away your leverage. It's like in a fight, right? If you're wrestling or you're in a fight, you lose leverage and you're on one foot, woo, I win. You know what I mean? And
Right.
you're giving that leverage away, or we haven't prepared ourselves for that leverage. You know what I'm saying? We're not holding. It's not always about blunt force trauma, but you have to at least say, look, we can pump our own oil. We don't need your oil. How about that? Or hey, we can build our own chips and our own technology, and we're not going to give you those chips and technology, so you're not going to have all your stuff, and we've lost that leverage. And that was kind of given away by our politicians, either making poor decisions and allowing people to come in and either steal it, or just allowing unfortunately, some of our companies to go over there and say, yeah, we'll build stuff over here so you can copy it and steal it from us. And that's what
Right.
they did.
Right.
Yeah,
Just to let the chat know real quick. Sorry, Hutch. Just to let the chat know real quick. When Biden comes up to speak, I'm gonna share it on the screen, because we can share the White House page. So when that pops up, I already got it drawn up and sitting in the back. Whenever he pops up, man, we'll go ahead and share it, because I'm sure we're all curious to see what this bastard's gonna say on the TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is my mic loud enough? Because
No, you're good, man. I think they're messing with you.
Probably because I'm only on about half power, so I'm just
5x5 on this side.
all right. Cool.
Yeah, you're good.
But no, and even I watched Hutch, and he said, 6 months is good for food, and I think your last video, you're like, cancel that, we're going 2 years,
Right.
So it's like that's the leverage. When you prep and you're prepared, you now have leverage, right? It's like, go ahead, shut this off, go ahead. And that's the same thing countries have to look at.
You can keep going, Sage. Okay. Whenever I do this, I'm just going to show something that's red or something. I ain't trying to cut you off.
Oh, no problem. You're the host, man. Once you roll, I'm good. I can stop. I can remember. Heavy fighting all along Dubas line today. Ukraine's military repel attacks near Montul. I'm going to have something else. And four Russian ranks destroyed as of 5 p.m.
I think he might have meant to say tanks.
Tanks? All right.
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, 4 ranks, that don't make no sense. So I'm thinking he meant tanks.
I did see, and I dropped it on my community page, that they even hit a Navy base. Ukraine Navy base drew Putin's wrath, then Russian fire. So early explosive hit a base.
It might be this. I'm sorry, man. You can.
You're the host, bro.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. The Zeman Island base is destroyed by Russian warships. Yep, that was it.
Yep. This dude on Twitter. Let me get y'all back up here real quick. This is just notifications I started getting out of the blue. I don't even follow this dude or anything. It just started popping up on my phone, and it's kind of like a blessing, man, because there's been a lot of good information coming from this dude. But I keep getting notifications from this guy for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's Twitter promoting him like that or something. I don't know how that works, but
I mean, I am seeing some like right here, Putin's hometown protesting war against Ukraine. So no, I wouldn't protest Putin, but whatever. Even if I didn't agree with him, I wouldn't be out there protesting him.
Oh shit! Check this out, y'all. Russia seizes Chernobyl.
Yep, Russia seizes Chernobyl power plant. ILIA. Let me get him up. See if I've got him. I think I do.
I'll leave it up there so you can spell it out.
ILLIA and then PONO. That should be enough.
Ponomarenko.
Got it.
Yeah, I should be able to find him. Oh, too many eyes. Hang on.
I think the first name might be 3 L's or something. It doesn't look like. Shit, now it's gone, man. I won't be able to bring it back up unless I get another notification.
I saw him on
I think
there.
it's a capital I. It's like Ilya Ponomarenko or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I saw him on there. Just hang on a second. He might have popped up on mine also, actually.
I can't ever keep milking the chat, man. I can't ever keep milking the chat. No matter what time I go, she's always got to leave me. I see how it is, Milk.
But let me
Where's the duct tape? Where's the duct tape, Hutch?
Right. Hey, need a stapler.
I think the goal is to go long enough where you're still there when she comes back, probably.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I can find. Yeah, because if anybody has questions, also, like I said, my friend Jeff, who's over there, I can at least ask questions. I can at least text him.
Yeah. Sage has got a good friend over there in the middle of this shit. So if y'all got any questions, like if y'all had a question for somebody who's sitting in Ukraine right now, like I just wonder like how scared they are, how worried they are. Are they pretty scared, man?
Yeah, he's pretty scared. I'm not a mod. I can drop it in private chat, but I can drop the link for the White House in private chat just so you have it. It's in private.
Okay.
Just in case that's for the Biden's White House one. If you wanted to.
What is okay? Let me go see. I think I learned how to do this. Copy link. Let me see if I can go in here and I think I learned how to do this shit. Boom.
With the exception of India, China and Russia are the two biggest countries on the planet, right?
Country-wise, continent-wise would be Africa, and then country-wise,
like nation-wise, because Africa is like different countries.
Right, country-wise, I believe is Russia, and then China goes up. And I'm not as good as geography as most, but then you have Mongolia above them. But like I said, the largest impact here, which I think people are even thinking about, is the fact that we told Russia don't do it, and other countries said don't do it, and they're like, you guys, you kids at the kid table, let the adults handle stuff. Oh, Lord. And that's kind of, to me, that's a huge shift in global power, not one that I want to happen at all.
Right.
Are y'all kind of curious to see what Biden's going to say? I just pretty much think he's going to come out. He's going to be like, oh, we're going to do these sanctions. They better stop what they're doing. We're going to make life hard on Russia like never before. And boom, bam, bip. And then Putin's going to come out and say, man, we don't give a shit about what America's saying. We're doing what the hell we want, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I think it was reported that Putin didn't even listen to Biden's. I mean, probably somebody obviously just gave him the gist of it, but I think he was having some type of shit while Biden was even talking.
Makes sense. I wouldn't listen if you already know what he's gonna say. You already know what he's gonna do.
So I mean, yeah. So you're welcome to play it because he stumbles through and he's fine reading.
What is it? What? Play the link that you shared. I won't get in trouble for it.
No, that one should be the White House one. Because I aired the White House on my show with when Jeff was on, and I didn't get that. Should be the White House one where you can air it. I mean, you can wait, until he starts talking because he's not going to be on time.
Yeah, I've never. If I click the link, is it going to blink us off and shit? I don't do this shit, Sage. I don't share.
All right, let me do this.
You know what I mean? If you want to share it and bring it up, I can throw it up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I click on it, it might just go to a new tab and then I can share it. But I don't know what's going to happen. I've never done it before.
Let me see if I can. No, I want the screen. Where's the screen?
I can guarantee you, he's going to talk softer to Putin than he talks about his own citizens.
Yeah, you can jump backstage and help if you want. Oh, wait a minute. Sage just did it.
I think. Well, I pulled up. That's not that. But hang on one sec. That's my screen. So I'm going to pull up this. Let me click on the.
Oh shit! Where am I doing? Go back to that.
All right, yeah. Move this up here.
Tell me when you want me to bring it up, and I'll bring it up.
Yeah, it's nothing. I'll let you know when they go live. It's just sitting there. It says 12 minutes left. So once they go, we can might as well wait.
I think I actually got that, Sage. I got this pulled up. So I think it's the live stream from the White House actual. It says White House live. That's the live cam. Never mind.
Yeah, so if Russia attacks that, we got that one covered. I'm gonna
right.
If they go after him personally, we'll run mine.
Damn, that's what's up, man. Just give me a holler. I'll put it on up there. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. I ain't good with this news shit, man. Appreciate you, T96. Appreciate you.
Yeah, because now he's moved to 1:30, so now he's going at 1:30 instead of 12:30.
They're saying
oh shit
right now in Parliament.
Yeah. Well, he's playing. Like I said, normally he likes to play hide and go seek just after lunch with the Secret Service, and they find him and say, "Okay, you're it." No, and then they play that with him usually. So he might be playing either Secret Service or something like that. With that's normally what he does. Runs around, lost. But yeah, he pushed out to 1:30. So let's see what his plans are. Hang on.
I'm telling you, man. I am like not tech savvy whatsoever, man.
Oh, we'll get you there. We'll get you there. You'll be doing live streams like me. Well, Will's better at it than me, but
I know y'all get busy, man. Y'all get busy.
Well, you do the music, right? That's your music.
Yeah. But that's kind of easy, man. Just share it and boom, and push a button and it plays. You know what I mean? But y'all go through 30 different. I mean, I see it when I did the live with you and Will and Native. You were bringing up shit on top of other shit on top of other shit. I was like, man, what the hell?
Yeah, I go overboard sometimes. But last thing they're gonna tell me is I don't bring receipts. Let's put it that way.
Coral Tiger says UK to sanction Russian banks, businesses, oligarchs, trade of certain goods, Aeroflot airline to be banned. They hitting them up hard, man. They're gonna try to completely shut them off from the world, huh, man?
They're forcing their hand. They want this shit to happen because they keep forcing their hand. They had no reason to come out 2 weeks ago and say in 48 hours this shit's gonna happen. Who the fuck are we to tell the world what these people are doing? Like, we 100% think they're doing this. You force their hand. They're gonna back down and look weak, or they're gonna step up and prove you wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we put us in this position. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I agree. The actions that we make and that we took in regards to saying that they were going to come out and do this and giving them a time frame, basically said they had no choice. It was either they step up or they step down, and that's like I said. Now the issue I'm still having is if we knew this was going to happen, because most likely they were saying this was going to happen, why weren't we preparing for it? Why weren't we pumping oil? Why weren't we? Are you still seriously telling me we're worried about wearing masks on our face when we could be going to World War III? Are you kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? That was your importance. Your importance was to make people leave their jobs and not be able to work. And now what? Because we're going to start to need those people real soon if the world goes into sanctioning everybody. What are those people going to do now? And this is where, like I said,
if you look back on it 100 years from now in the history book and see the timeline of how all this stuff worked. You got T-Man, boom, they were literally years away from being 100% sovereign nation. Didn't need anybody to literally overnight. Mm-hmm. You gave away everything. And then, small progressions, war, world war, civil war. Like, it's almost like the whole thing was set up on purpose to do that. Like, how you have $1 million in your hand, you're good for life, and you're just, oh, look, there's a homeless guy here, take every bit of it. That's exactly what happened.
Right.
And now remember, China does 5-year increments. They have 5-year plans, and they started back in 1949 with a 100-year plan to basically run the world. Okay, so nothing's like, oh, it's going to happen tomorrow. When you have to pull back and look at the slow moving process of things to see the whole picture. And that's kind of where, when we live on, Twitter feeds of 100 or 260 characters or TikTok of 60-second videos, and that's as much information as we can take in, it's very difficult for people to be able to see the big picture when they're so focused. They're just training their brain to look at the 60-second picture. And that's kind of what we have now is a lot of 60-second people who that's the amount of that's the extent of their intelligence is 60 seconds intervals. Like, then again, preppers it's like the minute you tell, now I understand that's one of the reasons that screwed up logistics, right? Logistics is based on a consistent flow. I know what somebody needs before you know you need it, and then I start getting it in there. So when people go out and panic buy, it throws off the entire system because you're out before I knew you were out, and I'm like, holy crap, you shouldn't be out by now. What? And that screws up the system, and then knee-jerk reactions and so on, right? But to not tell people to slowly get themselves into be able to prepare for 6-month situation, I believe is the fault of a country. Does that make sense? Like leadership should say, look, people, let's not live on a 2-day, 3-day process here. Have something where you can at least go a week. What if there's a snowstorm? I mean, I'm from Buffalo, New York. I mean, we had snowstorms that's like, ooh, I'm not leaving any place for a week. It's like, how do you not train people or teach people to have that, even though you don't want them to me is devastating to a country, is to not prepare for it. Even if it's not this, it's just snowstorms. You know what I mean? Or tornadoes or hurricanes and stuff like that. And it's shocking to me that this is the situation, that if this was leading up to this, they only waited a month before they said, oh, this is going to be bad. There's going to be devastation. How are you not preparing us as a country? That's another aspect of this that just they dropped the ball.
Yeah. You think this could be with all these sanctions and what they're doing, and I know we said it before, but you think they're trying to push Russia to go even harder? Do you think America and UK and all these people, do you think they want Russia to go beyond Ukraine so they can then have a reason to pop it off all the way? Or are we weak and we really just don't want anything? That's where I get confused, man. I just don't know what America wants to do right now. Do we really want World War III and that's what they're pushing for? Because a lot of people think so. But at the same time, I maybe we're too weak to go into a world war. What are we doing, man? What do we want to do? It's just confusing, man. And I look at these sanctions. It looks like they're like jabbing. You know what I mean? They're jabbing Russia right now. Y'all are cut out from everything. What is Russia going to do? What do they think Russia will do when we do all this? Russia ain't just going to sit back and just take it. So it seems to me like we're trying to do everything we can possibly do without being the bad guy. And then hopefully Russia does something so then we can be the bad guy and not look like the bad guy. You know what I mean?
It seems like everybody that's talking the toughest to Russia are the same countries who are kind of riding America's nuts and then trying to push the hard mandates and all this other shit. And I think they got a little bit power hungry, and they're up here on this little god status. Like, look what we did to our own people. Who are you? We can squash you. And I think they're on that adrenaline high from being able to tell their people what to do for the last 2 years, that they think they're untouchable or that they're stronger than they are. And it's kind of making them, you know what I mean, talk a little bit tougher because they've got that little pumped up ego because they've been controlling people for. Does that make sense in any kind of way? I'm not saying it's a big factor, but it plays.
Yeah, and it's also, I believe, one of those things that it's okay. If you want war, you want to be the one that's in control of it, right? Oh, hang on.
Oh shit, the one is that's actually green, the NASDAQ, but
so basically we got the Dow Jones is down 744, the S&P is down 38, and I can't see the other one, unfortunately.
The NASDAQ is actually up 13.10, 13.16, a plus 0.10%. It's green, so it's not bad, but the other two are here. I'll show it one more time real quick. Just to let
so Dow Jones is down 744, and the S&P is down 38. And that's going to be it's a big thing, too. Like I said, you have a lot of things that happens with war. What if you're going to go to war, you want to be the person controlling it, right? So if I'm going to go to war, I want to be the main guy, rather than have somebody else. So I don't know if they want a world war, because world war would be, let's face it, it'd be the end, right? I think it was Einstein that said, what's the World War III, basically, he doesn't know how that's going to go, but World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones because that's all you got left. You know what I mean? Once you go with it. But I think the issue is that for the United States, where do we stand and how do we handle this? one, you'd have to have a reason to go in, and of course NATO would be one reason, right? Any attack on the NATO is attack on another one. Okay, that's a decision that they have to make. But it's one of those that we're kind of owned by a lot of other countries. Like if China were to cut us off, we would implode here. Like there would be a U.S. civilian implosion when people couldn't get their money and their ATMs didn't work and they couldn't get this and that and there's no more goods being shipped here by China or something like that. There would be an implosion here. So I think it's one of those things that even if you want to step into that, you can't just step into that because you also have to worry about, we have not protected our base, right? You play a game or you do something, you protect your base first, and then you go out and you do stuff. Well, we have no protection for our base. We don't have circuits. We don't have computers. We don't have anything that we can say that, we have no defense. And this is another reason why, Mr. T, he had no defense. He had a great offense. He had no defense, right? When it came down to somebody stepping up, everybody bailed on him. So you now have that where it's like, okay, do we have a defense? And I don't know if we have a defense if we were to go on offense, unfortunately. We haven't positioned ourselves in a good defensive situation by shutting all this stuff down, pissing people off where they don't want to work, pissing off the American citizens to hate government. You know what I mean? So we have not built a good defense that I think they're a little bit nervous to go on the offense with this type of war, not knowing how the people are, because think about it. Is that going to make, just like Hutch was saying, is that going to make the people here be like, all right, let's do this? And next thing you know, the people here are fighting back against the government already, and now the government's also at war. And you don't have that defense. You don't have that. It's almost, for them to basically do this, and I know this is going to sound bad, but it could be the possibility is, one of the reasons why everybody got hyped up during 9/11 is they attacked us. One of the reasons that we got hyped up during Pearl Harbor is they attacked us, which made everybody say, let's go get them. And it brought everybody together. So are they looking for that type of attack where the U.S. citizens are now going to say, all right, we're with you, let's go? Because besides that, I don't know if they can do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What do you think, Hutch, on what Backwoods asked here? Can you see it? So what happens when UK and others are talking about sending in troops for humanitarian aid? What happens when Putin, because of sanctions, starts shelling in the humanitarian troops, or would Russia do that? What do you think, man?
See, I'm on pretty much everything. I'm 50-50 down the line. It could be just because I'm jaded to life, but I'm not surprised by anything anymore, and nobody should be in the last 4 years. Nobody should be surprised by anything that happens in life anymore. So it's right. I could see him doing it, but I could see the pros for it and I could see the cons for it. But it's too big of a board for me to try to definitely say, yeah, they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it depends on everything that's going around. How many civilians have they killed before then? What's the situation in that moment? What's the actual battle? What territory are they on? Like, what actual soil are they standing on? You know what I mean? There's so many factors that could play into, yeah, it'll never happen, or yeah, it definitely will happen. You know what I mean? It's
what about airspace? Because they've shut down the airspace. So how do they even fly that shit in there when Russia's saying you can't fly nothing here? How do we even fly humanitarian aid in there? Or are we, talking to them saying, look, we just want to bring in, but would Russia even trust that? Like, we just want to bring in food and medical supplies. And Russia's like, nah, you ain't bringing in shit. The airspace is shut down. We don't trust y'all.
That would be the thing then, because if they're going to war with NATO itself, then humanitarian aid it's null and void because they don't recognize NATO, so they won't recognize their aid because that's who you'd be getting it from. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, hey, we're at war with you, but yet you're going to send us food? No, thank you. I don't want that shit. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could like missionaries, churches, and stuff like that, being able to sneak in and do some black market kind of help and assistance. But I mean, I'll call it just like China. if you're Christian, if you're Muslim, you know what I'm saying, you've got the religious persecution over there. I'm the same way. If you're a Christian in Africa, you're going to get kidnapped. You know what I'm saying? Even Russia has that. They are Orthodox Christian, and they're crazy. Like if you're a Jehovah's Witness in Russia, you're gone. Plain and simple. I mean, it's the same kind of thing. It's, you know, there's so many factors that play into everything. I'm just kind of like, you know.
I'm trying to get my mouse to work here. Hang on. Let me free this up here. I'll make this one public again. It wasn't approved, or at least they're reviewing it. But the one that I did this morning was like 21 minutes long, and you can kind of hear, like I said, actually, it's my video. Hang on. Let me do this. Respectful request to take over your stream. Hang on.
Crude oil prices. I wonder how much they're shooting up to. I know last night people were saying it was over $100.
Oh, it's over 100,000 a ship. Somebody just tweeted oil tanker rates from Russia to Baltic surge more than $100,000 a day. I don't know what it normally is. I'd have to make a phone call.
Yeah, I wonder what the normal is.
Let me do this here real quick. Hang on.
I know the chat will hit it up too. I know chat can look that stuff up too, man. They'll find out some info for us. Chat be doing more work than I do.
All right, hey, I'm gonna play this. Hang on.
All right, you want me to bring it up?
Yeah, you can if you like. Here, I'll start right here. Hang on. So this is a phone call. Just so everybody knows, this is the phone call I made to Jeff, and he's in Ukraine. I'm on Telegram phoning him. Hang on, let me play the. I actually had to pull the chip out of my Rodecaster, because that's how I was recording it.
You got sound? We're not hearing anything. Did you share the audio?
Yeah, I should. Hang on. Not just share audio, or should just play on mine.
Might have to share audio. When you share, you know what I mean? Like when you got to click that little box sometimes.
Let me see here. I've never had to click the box. Usually my Rodecaster plays because my. Let me make sure my Rodecaster. Let me know if you hear this. Can you hear this?
No.
No? All right.
No.
It's not going through my Rodecaster. Hang on. Keep talking then while I mess with this.
103.6 crude oil backwoods. And then D9 said 99.46 WTI. I'm thinking that's the oil thing too.
Try this again.
Damn, they blew up a dam. I'm missing. I can't catch everything in the chat. I can't catch it all.
I just find it weird that less than 2 years ago, we were literally paying people to take oil from us. And now it's going to bankrupt almost every fucking citizen in America. It's crazy how quick things change.
Yep, because of what fucking Biden did when he came into office and fucked us all up with that shit. It's crazy, man. All right, go. You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, could you hear that?
Nothing. Nada.
What the hell?
I could probably go to your page and share it. Is it on? Or you got it on members only though, right?
It's free now. It's open now. I don't know why I can't.
And you just tell me what number to go to. I can bring it up.
It should be the first. It should be my last video. Russia declares war on Ukraine.
All right, let me go try to find it real quick.
Play sound. What the hell's going on? You jinxed me. Let me check my settings.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and you sound different too. You sound good.
I was on the wrong mic.
Oh, maybe that's what people were talking about. You were on the. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, but.
Okay, that's what it was. This is much better. Sorry, guys. All right, you can hear it now.
All right,
everywhere. shelling you, dropping bombs or missiles or like?
Yeah. They're just trying. They started with the military bases and buildings, and we're just waiting. Once they're gonna destroy all that, then what's they gonna do next?
Where are they actually shelling?
Sorry.
Where did they start bombing or attacking?
Everywhere, all the big cities, even the western ones. Yeah, so
because I'm watching screen. I have like screens and I don't see anything. Like there's Ukraine screens, live streams.
Mm-hmm. I can send you a map with all the attacks. With an update, I guess it was 1 hour ago. They're probably more than that, because I do hear missiles as well here, and I'm like 10 miles away from Kiev. So, because Kiev was also attacked. I mean, I can forward you all these pictures and everything. So
yeah, are they saying? Go ahead. What are they saying on your news?
How's that Russia started invasion and Putin has called that special military operation or something like that. And China has already said that they are going to prevent any bad information about Russia, and that they are not starting a war in Ukraine. They're just, doing something. So, I mean, here we are. I mean, they already started moving, not just with the missiles, but they already like half of the positions that they had weapons at the border. They already passed those borders for the last several hours. So we did destroy, I guess, 6 planes and couple helicopters. But pretty much they've destroyed more than half of our. I'm not sure how that's called in English. Like a weapon that you use to prevent any missiles to get to the territory. Not the weapon, but this technologies or something that you use to prevent that you use, and the missiles are basically not going through; they're just falling down.
He meant anti-missiles.
So they destroyed more than half of that one in Ukraine. So, and they keep going. So I don't know. I mean, there's already people died here. There's like it's less than 100 by now, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than that.
Really? So 100 people have already died. Less than 100.
Well, they got missiled.
Holy shit!
And also on those in those buildings, those military buildings, there was people working. So obviously, if they got destroyed, all those people who were inside, they are also dead. So,
what buildings were they?
There we go. I mean, the military buildings where we keep the weapon and stuff, and some strategic buildings and everything. So they're just destroying all the infrastructure of military in Ukraine. Yeah. So I don't know what you're hearing, but they're just, they're attacking the whole Ukraine. And they're trying to say that they are here not for the regular people that are not military or something, but, once they're going to kill all the military, what's the next move? Because there's already tanks. They already passed more than half of positions that they had on the borders with tanks and with troops. And this is the fact. They're going into Ukraine. and they're killing everyone who's making them any like defense. So, what's the next move?
Now, just real quick, Sage.
I mean,
This is actually you know, for anybody that might not know in the chat, they're wondering, you know, what are we listening to? This is actually a guy who's in Ukraine right now, a friend of yours.
Yes, he's a friend.
And you're sitting here just having a conversation with him as shit's going on.
Yeah, this was this morning. I was talking to him. He's a friend of mine. I do logistics. He also helps me do logistics from Ukraine. He is in the capital of Ukraine, about 10 miles from the capital of Ukraine. He's like, I think he's like 28 years old. He's not a military member. He's just a guy, a civilian in Ukraine. And this kind of so we're having this conversation first thing, you know, in the morning, because I check in with him now with everything going on, and we're just about to get to, you know, pretty much the end of the conversation, which I'll play.
They're defending us, obviously.
So he's born in Ukraine. He speaks Ukraine. He speaks Russian. He's lived in Russia. He's lived in Ukraine. So, you know, he's there. This guy is actually there.
But since Russia is multiple times bigger than, you hear that?
Oh man, that was just chills going down your spine, man.
Yeah, and that was that. And then I found the clip on Twitter. Was basically that was what the noise was jets and helos coming over, flying right overhead. That they flying low overhead, and that was them heading to the airport. So they went past them, but they were all freaking out because remember they're at the Capitol, and here comes these low flying jets and these low flying helos. You know, gunfire and all this other stuff. And that was what the noise was. You might not be able to hear it if you don't have the headphones on, but you could hear
hear it. Yeah.
And like, do you hear that? And next thing you know, everybody in the family starts, you know, screaming, and he cuts out. I'm still talking to him, but they didn't know what that was. And they ended up blowing up or attacking the military base about 10 miles from him.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do you think that the planes going over knocked out his phone, or do you think he just hung up because so much?
Yeah, he just dropped the phone. He said he just dropped the phone because everybody was running to, you know, things. So he was talking on the phone, and he just kind of hit the thing and dropped the phone. Because then I messaged him back. I'm like, hey, you all right? I'm like, you know, the phone cut out. He's like, yeah, I just, you know, we all ran to the thing, and I dropped the phone and it cut out.
That shows you how paranoid and how scary it is that he's
terrified.
sitting there having a conversation and you're just out of the pic. In his mind, you wasn't there anymore.
Right.
And it's nothing personal, but it's just so scary and the shit's going down. Man, that's crazy.
You could hear I don't know if it was his sister or his girlfriend, because they're both there. You could hear them screaming, you know, and you know, so they are in panic. They are at war. This is something that it is not, you know, a situation where, and the reason I did this is I had a lot of people saying, oh, this is CGI, this is fake, this is bullcrap. And I got pissed off this morning, you know, when I was talking to some people in the rest of some of the other show. I'm like, if you guys think that they're just doing this to wipe out some pieces of paper so that they can't backtrack the fact that what they did in Ukraine, you're out of your mind. Hello, what is this? The Watergate? You think they're just shredding paper in a hotel, you idiots? You know, right. Data transfer. You don't think that all that information's on USB drives and been emailed all over the place? So I hear a lot of that, and so I called him and wanted to get it. I did not know that was going to happen, but I wanted, you know, I was going to play this later and say, look, this is happening. He's scared, because I talk to him, you know, every day, and I wanted people to realize that whatever the reason is for this, these people are scared, and this shit's not it's not CGI. It's happening over there,
right?
And they ended up turning into that. And then I went on for a little bit, 20 minutes, because I was waiting for him to respond, and then he responded back in text, but he didn't want to.
You know, I wonder what kind of intelligence Russia had before they did all this. What led up? You know, it could just be that Putin wants the USSR back, and, you know, wants the Soviet Union back and all that. But I bet you there was intelligence that he was getting and finding out. You know, they're hacking everybody and shit. I bet you he heard some shit that we're doing behind the scenes, maybe, you know, with the whole Ukraine and NATO thing or whatever, even though they say, you know, they couldn't be a part of it or whatever, but there was probably a lot of talk about it. And that's probably why Putin's like, man, they keep moving, they keep pushing. He's probably had all kinds of intel and different conversations that America's had with Ukraine and shit. He probably listened in on all that shit.
Right.
All right, they're saying Biden's supposed to speak soon. I want to make sure I bring that up so we can watch that while we're.
Yeah, I got like 40. He's still got 42 minutes now. It's listed at 1:30.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, I see you down there. You got it.
And the situation is I know I talk way too much, but the situation too is that this isn't. I know we've gone. Everybody's like, well, we go into all these countries and we're the bodyguard. But the issue is I think it's in 1994, and somebody would have to look up that Ukraine gave up all of their nuclear weapons. They were like the third in nuclear weapons, and they gave them all up with the understanding that the U.S. would defend them. Basically, now it doesn't say, well, we'll defend you if we go to a nuclear war. Well, at that point, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of when I talked to him in regards to Ukraine, that was a part of the deal, is having some type of protection from countries like the United States. And here we are giving them tons of weapons and tons of stuff like this. But the issue is that now where does that leave us? Now, are we supposed to defend these people now that we've said that and we've given them this? Should we? That's a hard decision to make. You know what I mean? I understand that, well, they should learn to fight their own wars. But when we've been giving them all that and we said we would be there when they need us and now we're not, it does a lot of damage to who we are as a country. Right. You know, are we going to defend the next country? And who's going to come to our aid now? Well, screw them.
See, it's almost like the Ukraine is kind of like a testing ground for what China's going to do to Taiwan, because it's the exact same situation. If we go super hard at Russia, then China will be like, ooh, they might go super hard at us. If we don't do shit to Russia, China's like, well, they didn't do shit to them, so we're good. You know what I mean? So it's
and that's why I said, for me, us to go into a country, bring democracy, I understand, man. You know, we shouldn't be going in and forcing our way on people, right? That might not want it. Okay. Now I know there's other stuff with Iraq and there's other reasons we go in, but when we constantly going saying in there, oh, we're going to bring democracy and we're going to bring this. Well, that's not our country to do that. So now you have a situation that we said we would protect, and now we're not going in. So we got no problem going in when we shouldn't go in. When we're trying to force our way down on people, that when we actually have a democracy and people that we're supposed to help out, we're kind of like, nah, we'll worry about that later. And I think that's where, you know, you kind of have to look at this and say, okay, who the hell are we as a country? We only want to go in when we're not wanted, but we don't want to go in when people that are, you know, do want us. Is that where we now stand? And I understand that we go in, it could cause a world war, and we also have to think about our people too. I do understand that. But I think that's where you kind of have that, you know, that moral tugging on your soul saying, okay, what is right and what is wrong? Is it for us?
We got to stop being weak. We got to stop being weak. I mean, it comes to a point where they're just going to keep on give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Sooner or later, if they keep doing what they're doing, I mean, we got to step up and we got to put the muscle out there and we got to take our chances. I mean, don't you think? I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's like I'm going with what you're saying. It's like we can't just sit around and say, well, we can't do nothing. Oh, we're scared. We can't do nothing. We got to protect people. If people are dying by the thousands, we got to try to stop it some way. The world's got to come together to stop these tyrants. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's our leverage point, unfortunately. One of our leverage points as a world power was the fact that we had the power to defend if a country was. That was a leverage point for us. You know, that our money, our intellectual property, our pharmaceutical dominance, all these things leverage our position in the global game of, you know, politics, right? Global politics. Right. When you start to give that position up and you start to say, look, we'll come in, you know, when you're a third world country and we're fighting against another third world country, all right, we'll come in, even though we lost. But when it's a first world country going into somebody that we're supposed to, you know, technically that has the same opinions of us, also wants a democracy, also wants this, and we're like, yeah, I don't know. It's almost like kind of bailing on people. And like I said, it's a hard thing to kind of to go with, because you also have to make the decision that you don't want to put your own people into a situation. But at some point, we don't seem to have an issue going into Afghanistan's and stuff like that. But now we're kind of hesitant to even put any position in there. Does that make sense? And maybe I'm wrong. maybe you guys should, let me know.
That also puts us in a spot, because if we act too slow, then they're more fortified and can kick our ass worse than they already could. If we move too fast, then we're the aggressor and the asshole for starting stuff. You know what I mean? So
Right.
It's the balance and the ballet of figuring out what everything else is going on. Like if it was just one-on-one or 2 or 3 countries, that was an issue. But like when the entire world is having some kind of conflict, whether within or against somebody else, you know what I mean? It's the dynamic is just too unknown. It's like anything could pop off in it. Like China is buddies with the rightful leadership of ISIS now, right?
Right.
They're recognized as that's their stuff. How hard is it for China to say, we don't want America? Nobody wants America. It's too far away. They don't have the resources that we need for all this future battery powered cars and all this other shit. If we give a bunch of terrorists access to multi-million-dollar rockets and stuff and just say, hey, go over there and do what you want to do, all they got to do is cause chaos. There's no reason to take over America, put boots on the ground, because you can just hit certain targets to cause chaos, and then all these other countries can be like, okay, North Korea, you helped us, boom, you get South Korea, just like Stalin gave it to him back in the day. Boom, you get all of Korea if you know what I'm saying, help us with this or do this distraction. And it's one of those kind of things where there's too many tiny countries surrounding every major country, but all these tiny countries are allied with different people. And I think the big names are seeing, hey, the only president in America who would talk tough to us and push the button on us is gone, and literally replaced with somebody who gave us his lunch money. Now's the time to act. You know what I'm saying? If we want to change maps, now's the time to do it. But it's
I just want to throw that up there real quick. It's a picture of the dude. Check that out, man.
Yet another prisoner of war, Staff Sergeant Constantine. Constantine, yeah, I'm horrible with names. In the 74th Motorized Rifle Brigade. Today, he surrendered along with the whole of his recon patrol. His whole, most likely, he says the whole recon patrol.
Platoon, yeah.
Platoon, yeah.
Kind of wicked, man. That's the first time I've seen. Let me get y'all back up there. I wasn't trying to cut you off, Hutch. I just wanted to throw that up there because that's the first time I've seen prisoner of war. Like, here we go, and they said they had a list of people that they wanted to get. I wonder who's on that list, because they said Russia has this list of people that they want to, take out, get rid of.
Yeah, and somebody did put up there, would this have happened with Mr. T? I believe it would have happened per se, because this isn't just planned. It didn't just happen a year. I mean, Biden's only been there a little bit, so that it had to have been in plan and slowly been progressing while Mr. T was in office. But I think you understand that things aren't moving. They don't move like we think they move there. They will wait our president out. They will wait things out. If they got to wait another 5-6 years, they'll hold off another 5-6 years. So, I think the plan was in there, but even if it didn't, it might have. There could have been a different response from Mr. T than there is now, but there was definitely more leverage. The United States still definitely had more leverage for them to wait him out than to move one in. But I think that it was in works. I'll say that the whole time, if that makes sense.
Well, there was talk about Russia trying to take over Ukraine when Trump first got in, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was one of the things, because they said, well, and Trump was a big backer of Putin in regards to, but he's definitely a type that he realizes that if you go in cursing him, it ain't going to win. You had to at least go in and build that relationship and kind of, do it that way to leverage. Like I said, the world's big about leverage. But yeah, that was a big thing that, they were thinking the same thing. So it was in the works.
Let me ask this. This is for all the van life people out there and our RVing lifestyle. They're worried about this gas, man. That they live that gas life. You know what I mean? That's their number one thing they gotta have. What do you think about the gas prices, man? What do you think we're looking at in America in the next month, 2 months, 2 weeks, a week? How much up do you think it's gonna go?
In my opinion, a lot of stuff that happened, like during even like when there was gas crisis or before, they would put price protection in there. What the heck's it called? When they can't raise the price at all.
Right.
Nixon did it. Now it doesn't work well because after that happens, it's like a bullwhip effect. But it's going to definitely go up. Anytime you have stuff like this, it's supply and demand. It's definitely going to go up. It's how long will they allow it to go up before they stop it? Now there is some ways to stop it. I'd have to pull a chart, which I don't think I remember where it is. You could, obviously there's a lot of taxes on top of gas. There's a lot of other stuff, that you could offset the price of that to cover that cost. But the baseline of gas is going to go up just because supply and demand is going to go up. Till they point to the point that they say, well, you can only charge this much, you can't charge any more. And then that's just kind of where it holds for a time being. So that could be an aspect that they do bring in if that were to go up. I mean, at some point, remember that people eventually just stop driving, right? That's the first offset for gas prices. Some people just say, okay, I'm not using this. I'm done. We're not going that far. We're not taking that extra trip. And that regulates it a little bit. Once it gets past that, it's a problem. 83 UK military. Yes, because that's what Jeff was talking about in there. He says that was the first thing that they were hitting. They were hitting the military bases, the supply depots, and stuff like that first. And Jeff said, then what do we do? After our military is all hit, what do? We lose. But that's what they're basically going after is the military depots and stuff. Trying to see if anything else popped up.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the phone, keep up with the chat, trying to pay attention to what y'all are saying. I keep hearing rumors of gas, could possibly hit $10, which just seems crazy to me. Could it actually be $10 a gallon? But I don't know. I don't think America would let it get that far, but I could definitely see $7.50 for a gallon of gas, at least for a little while.
But do you think this might be a little bit rabbit hole-ish on the situation? But if the gas prices get too high, they could technically declare that a national emergency and kind of put everything back into a lockdown type situation without it being a mandate for the thing. You know what I mean? And just kind of twist the play on words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, a rabbit hole for me is there has been a lot. Before World War II, there was a lot of different things that happened that was the same thing that happened now. So before World War II, some of the things that happened is there was curfews, there was lockdowns, there was price protection, there was rationing, and this is all the stuff that happened before. One of the other things that happened before World War II is there was actually an executive order type thing that was signed that allowed, and somebody can look this up, I can't remember what it was, but it went into like the 1952, that allowed immigrants to come in and work in our agricultural things, right? So even then, immigration, we were bringing a lot of people in because we knew we'd be sending a lot of people to war. And so there was a lot of immigration inbound to help fill the jobs and fill the voids of the people that were basically going off to war. So, and that's some of the stuff we have today. Everybody knows we have a problem with immigration. Well, what if they're trying to pack the country so that, there's still people around to work? You know what I mean? When things are doing the lockdowns, if a lot of the lockdowns were being, you're being trained to stay in your house and locked down. Well, you're working from home. Why are you working from home? So you don't have to spend so much on gas. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of that, remembering that to kind of do that. Did I miss one situation?
Yeah, they're pressing the one for us. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, that's a good point, Days. That's a good, real quick, Hutch. That's a good point, man. Like we think about our own cars and what we're driving, but what about these people in the city when the price to get on a bus triples and quadruples? A lot of them can't afford it, man. A lot of people that that $1 to get on the bus turns into $5, and they can't do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, that's what brings in the Green New Deal. Get rid of cars. Only government officials get to use anything gas powered. You get free transportation back and forth to your government house, to your government job. You know what I mean?
You're nailing it, Hutch.
If
no doubt.
They're the only ones that can use anything gas powered. They better be mowing my lawn because I ain't doing it.
Well, you see what California already tried to restrict gas powered leaf blowers or something like that.
Yeah, the size of the motor, like all the way down to like a leaf blower motor. or something. They did it on that. I'm like, okay, you guys are getting a little crazy.
See, that's where I'm like, a lot of people keep talking about secession still, but that's what scares me the most. Like, if a WW3 situation happens, if all this does turn into it, it's still going to be years. Well, according to history, anyway, I'm basing this, that it'll be years before we actually get involved. But everything here is going to collapse so much. You know, I'm more worried about America falling from within than all this other stuff. If that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. And that's a big aspect. I'm definitely, like I said, we have a lot of potential to wipe ourselves out. Well, not all of it, but you know what I mean. They won't even have to put a boot on the ground. Yeah,
because like the secession thing, like my only argument, like I used to be for it. I was pro secession. I was like, hell yeah, let's do this. But then I actually thought about it. I was like, well, if America split up like Africa, then how hard is it for China to come over and grab California like they grabbed Ethiopia, and then boom, China's on the American continent? You know what I mean? It's literally that easy. You know?
Yeah, and that's something that's something a lot of people don't think about. Is separating is divide and conquer, right? Hello, and that's something that keeps us together is the fact that we are all kind of that knit. And in my opinion, like I said earlier, I truly believe that the only way to truly get us into one comfortably, where they don't have to worry about the American people, is to have a Pearl Harbor /9/11 event, because anything else is going to cause chaos within here too, I believe.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean,
and just to let the people know real quick, we're about 25 minutes away to when Biden's supposed to speak, and he usually comes in late, but we're going to stick with y'all. And we're going to pop it up as soon as he starts talking. We're going to pop it up on the screen. We're going to see what America's saying, man. What the supposedly leader of America's saying. I don't trust that all the way. Not trying to be a tinfoil hat dude, but I'm not so sure Biden's making all the calls here, if you know what I'm saying. But I'm still interested to see what he's got to say.
I mean, think about this. You're Ukraine. You're a large, what you believe to be your own country. The country, superpower Russia, doesn't think you're a country, and they're going to say, you know what, you actually belong to us. Chernobyl is now taken over, and you're America, and they just took over Chernobyl nuclear power plant. I mean, you have to have some concerns here that it's like, I mean, in my opinion, once that was taken over, you're pretty much done. You know what I mean? When you're taking over large power plants like that, you can't tell me that this isn't, an invasion. I mean, it's like, what? I don't know what he's going to say. But you might as well just say, look, we're going to let him have it. I mean, that just seems like we're at the point. Ukraine central bank suspends use of electric money. Hard assets, real good, right? Yeah, electric money. So I hope they have hard assets because they're shutting down the money.
Yeah, that would be what, ATMs, any kind of online banking or anything, right?
Correct.
And that's why we say as preppers, get some cash on you, get you some small bills. Even $100 in case you can't go to the ATM, in case you can't get online and do something. If you got to get out of Dodge, you need a couple dollars on you, man. Keep a couple dollars on you.
And this is the stuff too that I just came across my Twitter feed, and normally it's called instant news alerts. Breaking: President Biden has been presented with a menu of options for the U.S. to carry out a massive cyber attack designed to disrupt Russia's ability to sustain its military operations in Ukraine. No final decision has been made. NBC News reporting that, right?
Right.
Why would you report that? Hey, Mike Tyson, I'm gonna punch you in the face right now. Are you ready? You know what I'm saying? What reason would you have? What's Mike Tyson going to do? Punch me first. Right? I'm telling him I'm going to punch him. Mike Tyson's going to punch me first. So you be saying
is America Ukraine's only ally, like battle buddy?
No, you do have like England or I don't think Australia, but I know England is a part of him. I know France is another one, but besides that,
why do we have to be the ones to say I'm going to knock you the fuck out? You know what I mean? That puts us in the position, because now that makes us the target. Like, you got other allies. Why aren't they saying this same shit? Why are we the ones like, no, bring it, bitch? You know what I mean? And all these other guys are just standing here quiet. Like, why are we making ourselves the target? Like, we're going to attack you. Like, physically as a country, we're going to attack you. To them, that just says, okay, I'm getting ready to attack you. Like, why are we putting ourselves in that position?
Well, I don't know for sure they're not, because I know Boris is responding somehow to him. But of course, since I'm American, I want to know what we're going to do, right? I'm worried about me. So I can't say they're not, but let me take a look and see what they're saying. While you guys talk, I'll jump on some. Because that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm just up in the chat, man, trying to get everybody's voice heard. I know everybody in the chat, you saying something. I try to throw it up on the screen for y'all. So anybody that's just watching and they ain't even watching the chat, some people watch this and they don't even watch the chat and shit. That's why the numbers don't add up when you got this many people in the chat, but you got this many views. So I try to throw it up on the screen for the people that's watching that don't have a chat or whatever it is. Just never know. So I try to get y'all's word out there for y'all. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the views are, as long as you're being decent to each other, I'll throw it up there for y'all. Just saying.
Yeah, they're saying the same thing. Just sanctions. I just saw that the first set of refugees are heading to Poland. Let me see what this one is.
Man, that's what I need. I need me some lunch, man. Nisi went to run up to McDonald's. I said, man, give me a Big Mac, chicken sandwich, chicken nuggets, fries. I'm just going to hit the mic and the cam, turn that off while I'm taking bites and stuff, man. I got to get some food in me, man. You know what I'm saying? Fam, what's up? He hit me this morning, man. He ended up having to go to work. He was going to join us today, but he ended up having to go to work. So it was like, oh, shit. But then Sage hit me up, and we got into, hey, man, you want to hop up on there? And boom, bam, bip, Hutch, and then Native. And it's like, yeah, okay, we got it.
Hey, but whenever y'all get tired of my rambling, man, tell me to kick rocks and I'll get in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, nah. You can't go nowhere, man. You can't go nowhere.
This down here.
Well, I send y'all the link every time anyway. Y'all know that. Boom. You know how it is. Just Josh, hurry up and get them jobs done, man. Get home so you can jump up on here with us, man.
We talking about history right now.
Yeah.
Someday we're gonna be old grandparents bouncing the kids on our knees in our hospice beds and shit. They're like, where were you at in WW3, Grandpa? So we got that to look forward to.
BB, are you in the chat here? BB? If you are, let me know. I think he just sent a message. Hang on, let me pull this up. I think they'll start. He thinks that they're going to. BB is a tanker driver. He hauls fuel, oil.
Right.
He says, I think they're going to start limiting allocations at loading racks. He'll keep us updated. What that means is they're allocated so much fuel, right? Every company's allocated so much fuel when they load at these racks, because you can have like 72 companies coming in there. So if they start allocating, they say, okay, look, all right. So are they looking to allocate yet? Or is that just what you think so far? Basically what that means is that they're going to limit the amount of fuel that they're going to give carriers to go and deliver fuel to different places. It's kind of like rationing fuel to the fuel trucks from where they pick up the fuel from. So he just sent one. So I'm just trying to see that. So I mean, right now we're rolling tonight because it's 7 hours ahead. So what time is that? So that's 2, 7, 8, 9. So it's 9 o'clock at night. Let me message Jeff while we're here then real quick.
That makes me think about us. Like, are they going to start rationing our fuel? Could it get that bad to where they, you go to the gas station, they'll only let you get 5 gallons?
Yeah.
Just never know, man.
That's one of the things. That was back, like I said, that happened in, I think Nixon? No, not Nixon. 70s, I think, right? 60s, 70s there?
Maybe Hawkeye saying the 70s.
Yeah. I think it was Nixon too that he did that, and he did I can't remember the damn word, price things where they lock prices in.
Price gouging protection.
Yeah.
1973.
Yeah.
Good point, Days. I'm telling you, Days be on it. What's up, Days, man? It's good to see you, by the way, man. days of OG, huh, Hutch?
Yes, sir. Day one.
Yes,
Day
sir.
one.
Yes, sir. You know, he was the very first person to ever like shout me out on a video, man. It was Prepper Days. Nisi ain't here, so she can't drop the link, or I dropped the link for you, Days. But she had to run up to McDonald's. I know y'all cussing me out because I'm gonna eat some McDonald's, but I gotta do what I gotta do. We on a crunch, man. This is the apocalypse, man. We running it live, baby. We running it live. Press one. Press one. You know what I'm saying? Where's my shit at, man? Let's have a little fun for a second. Press one.
Hello, wake the fuck up.
Did y'all hit those thumbs? That's all you need to do.
Yeah, let's get those thumbs up. Let's get those thumbs up. Oh, there it is. There's the ones. Here they come. Boom. Boom. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all. Appreciate y'all. 1,000. Gia. Random Gia. Uh-oh, Coral coming with the insider scoops, man. Coral coming with the insider scoops. Biden presented options for massive cyber attacks against Russia. Options reportedly included disrupting the internet, shutting off power, and stopping trains in their tracks. NBC News. What?
Yeah, that's the one that I was just talking about. That's like, why would you announce that?
Yeah, I feel you.
You know what I mean? At some point, it's like, okay, Boris just announced largest and most severe ever financial sanction package against Russia, including asset freezes, banning the Russian airline, and limits on capital holdings. That's what UK is doing right now.
That's probably what the speech is going to be all about here at 1:30 too. It's going to be Biden explaining all the shit that he's trying to muscle up and do against Russia, which I'm interested to see what he says, man. See if he takes any questions. Let's see. And let's see what Russia's reaction to this is. And let's see what China does, because China's got to be looking at this too. Like when we go after Taiwan, what is America going to do? Everybody's looking at the other person like, who's going to do what next?
Yeah, because I got IFX, which is IFX News, which I think you have to pay for to be with them. But from breaking news, IFX is reporting that Putin is also talking with Iran's president.
Knew it was going to happen.
Oh,
Knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. And I also wonder about Israel and what's going to happen with all that. You know what I mean? Or nobody's talking about Syria neither. Syria is off the chain. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
the only thing we did in 20 years was gave the entire Middle East over to a bunch of radicals. That's like literally the only thing we accomplished in the last 20 years. We built an army of enemies. That's all we did.
Yeah, you're right. But you know, we talk all this shit and we're saying all these things, and people say, well, they're no. Some people, I'm not saying all, and I barely seen anybody say this, but people will say, there can't be no World War III. There won't be no World War III. But look at all the different places we're talking about. Look at all the different things being said out of the superpowers. There's, Russia, China, Iran, Israel, man, this whole world is in an uproar right now. And it's just getting started. Putin's popping it off. You know what I mean? Like, I just see it coming, fellas. I do. And that's just my personal opinion. But I see World War this year. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, I'm gonna turn off my camera. I'll be with y'all, but I'm gonna be trying to mash some food up real quick because I'm starving to death.
All right.
Ain't trying to put y'all on the spot or nothing, but
look at his eyes. Look, try. Right now, make sure how long are we into this? We're at the 2:14 mark. So if anybody can go back and look at his eyes when that food arrives, wow.
Hell yeah. Starving, man.
Yeah. So
Fries? Do I got fries?
And it's amazing how all of the mandates now, because even BB said today our company and I'm horrible at chat. So if anybody's saying stuff in chat, I'm horrible at chat. I have a hard time reading my own chat. But good news today, they lifted all mask mandates nationwide for their employees. It's amazing how, we better not wear masks, because the last thing we want to do is upset people about masks as we're about to send them to fight for us in some type of war. Oh, man.
Now my Governor Hogan from Maryland, the governor of Maryland, he's even talking about it, putting out shit. Putin's unprovoked aggression demands a unified and resolute response from America and our allies. And he put out like a statement thing. So it looks like everybody's got their eyes on it, man. Probably every state.
See, if you think about it, that kind of actually is, I mean, from the opposition side, they've got the perfect setup. They've got the two superpowers who can destroy anything technology-wise. And then they've got the third world country, the cave dwellers, the sticks and rocks to pick up everything that they don't feel like they can be bothered with. You know what I mean? They've got like the perfect ensemble of fuckery. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's just makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. I've got. Let me pull this up here. Because it looks like, can I make this bigger? Yeah, because I don't need to see that. He's supposed to be going live, and so I'm just pulling this up just in case, and I'm going to swing the Twitter over here. So I can get up.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So if you need me to bring something up, just say the word.
Yeah, no rush. I'm just setting this up here that when he does go, I can see it, and I can still see the screen. And I can pull this over. And now I know why my sound wasn't working, because my mic wasn't on. All right. Wanted to get that all set up. I need another screen. But yeah, so all I know is that this one here is going to basically tell Putin where he's going to go. Whatever he says here is basically going to tell Putin which way he's going. I mean, I think Putin's already going a certain way, but it's definitely not going to be.
Are these aren't applied sanctions as of now. These are just what if sanctions.
The sanctions that they're basically applying now, they're starting to apply now, is what they're looking to actually sanction and do this. And like I said, the problem with sanctions is if I'm ready, it's like you. If I went to you right now and I said, look, man, we're going to sanction you and we're only going to let you drive 5 miles from your house. Let's just say you worried, and we're going to sanction you for the next 6 months. Could you live? Would you be good? Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like they know what sanctions would have been coming, right? And didn't prepare for these sanctions. It just, okay, do it. You know what I mean? I'll deal with your sanctions after I'm done taking over this country. So,
like, one of the main things, like, it's a tiny little thing, but it makes up in my opinion, it makes up such a huge part of the psyche of any person. Like, America doesn't really have that connection to words anymore, like loyalty and respect and honor and you know what I'm saying? Like, you felt that when you said it. And some of these other countries, they still have that. So pride and honor actually means something. You know what I mean? It doesn't always have to be common sense or make any kind of logical, reasoning behind it. Because sometimes pride is enough, it's a cultural thing. Does that make any sense? Like, pride will make you do some dumb shit just because, and I think we overlook that a lot.
It is. And I think the issue is that we, as a country, not all of us, but I got to say just an awful lot of us, don't understand the mindset of different countries. Like, we don't understand the mindset of war. We don't understand what it's actually going to do. There's a lot of people that says, we're at war with the government. We're at war with this. I'm like, you really don't have any concept of war if you think you're at war with the government, right? You might not like them. You might be, in your opinion, you might hate them. But Japan ended up taking over as a small little country in a small little island compared to everybody else. Japan ended up taking over a huge amount of property. They took over China. They occupied Korea. They started to go into Russia. They went into Mongolia. And it wasn't because that, they were small. They didn't have a huge army. It was what they were willing to do that other people weren't. They were willing to boil your babies in front of you. in scalding, just boil them alive. They were willing to do things that other people couldn't even think of to do. I mean, I won't say the word, but it's the attack of Nanking. It's not called that. It's called something with an R, where they went in and they basically just took women who did not want to be taken and right in front of the people that were there, right? They took, I think, 2 million sex slaves during their occupation of their countries. They went in and literally did. You were more one, Japanese soldier. You were more terrified of that person and what that person, the mindset of what that person was willing to do, than anything else. So I don't think a lot of people truly understand the mindset of people like that are willing to go to true war, right? What if you think you're at war right now? We're at war with the government. I'll shut. You have no concept. You have no concept of what some people were willing to do. And like I said, when I listened to him today, and they are all screaming. I mean, he's a friend of mine, and like you said, you get that chills. Like, oh my God, did I just listen to the death of my friend and his family?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll say no matter how tough you are, the big oh yeah, I'll go to war. Even if you hear something like that of your enemy, that hits a chord that that kind of makes it real for you. Like, look, now imagine this 24/7 nonstop and 20 times louder, and you're still not even close. You know what I mean? This is real shit. It's not some, they're doing this and trying to do. No, this is real people. You and me, your neighbors, your friends, your cousins, people just like you, literally dying, getting torn apart. All these, it's real.
Yeah, this is where, like I said, soldiers come back and they get post-traumatic stress and they get this stuff because the stuff that others and the experience and the things that they're willing to do. I mean, they strap children and women with bombs and they'll blow them. They'll send people in. And like I said, Japan did. I'm not exaggerating. They would amputate the legs off of females to make things easier to do stuff to them. Just because, and then keep that. It is an intense type stuff, and it is not something that because I hear this all the time. Oh, we should just go to war. Let's do it. You have no idea the issue. Whoa, hey tribe, how's it going?
Hey, I'm filling in. Don't
All
mind
right.
me.
So, and it's not something you want to bring up, but you have to understand that this is what it's like, and when you have, like I said, just normal people that are out there, just normal people now, and they're all huddled in a house, basically with no place to go. They're trapped. They can't leave, and they're hoping that they aren't a part of an explosion and all killed. It's intense. It's intense to live like that. And it's not something, I wish on anybody, but it's something that we all have to, realize that when you start to use the word war, what we're going through here wearing masks on our face is not a war. It's a lot of things, but it's not truly what they're now going to be experiencing in Ukraine.
That's why people need to get used to the shock value of it, because if it does happen, like even if there is a World War III, majority of Americans are not going to be involved. That's just the way it is. But that doesn't mean, it's like a lottery. You might be, you don't know. You might see some things that you will never recover from because I'm Billy Badass. I can do this. And then boom, that right there just kills you mentally. You know what I'm saying? You got to take it in and actually realize it, appreciate it for what it is. Don't be scared of it. But don't praise it. But just accept it for what it is.
That's it right there. That's exactly it right there. That's the point is that, you can't be scared. We got to do what you got to do. But when it comes down to, it's last resort. It's last resort, right? And it's like I carry concealed, right? And if I'm drawing, I'm using it. If I get to the point that I'm drawing that weapon, I'm not using it for show. It's not a toy. It's not for show. I'm not going to just threaten with it. If it's being drawn, my life is threatened and the trigger's being pulled. That's how I've always carried. That's how I will always carry. If I can run out the back door, if I can get away, if I can do whatever, I'm out. But if I'm drawing my weapon, the trigger's being pulled. It's just, that's the last resort. And this is, now where they're at, where a decision's going to have to be made here. And this, in my opinion, wherever he says in the next allegedly 3 minutes, is going to be something this is their last thing. I mean, they're under attack right now. Things are being taken. People are being killed. This statement right here from America is going to set.
You can let the chat know. Let them know that you're going to bring it up when it comes on.
Yeah, it's going to set the stage for who our leadership is and where we stand on that global theater. If it's just sanctions, it's just like Jeff's been saying. You can sanction all you want. We got people dying over here. We got people dying today. Your sanctions might not take effect for 6 months by the time they run out of money.
Right.
I could sanction Hutch for probably 2 years before he's like, all right, I got to go get something. Right. I mean, how long? Sanctions might not be immediate. They've been preparing for it. They're preppers. You know what I mean? So your sanctions, it's going to take time for them to sink in, and eventually they come back down to the people anyways. So we're going to find out where we stand, in my opinion.
Right. It's crazy times, man. Literally living in history right now. Crazy, crazy times.
They're arresting people at anti-war protests right now. So far, 653 people arrested protesting in Russia.
Yeah, I saw that I didn't know they were arrested, but I did see them that they're protesting in his hometown, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
They're just locking people up for protesting, I guess, what he's doing.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's crazy. Waiting on Potato to come on.
Yeah, he basically says that they're trying to take back the airport. They're bringing in, I guess, the airport. They took over the military airport and the capital, and they're bringing in plane after plane. Russia's bringing in plane after plane. He says that about 18 of them he's counted. And planes, he says, they're like cargo planes. So they're most likely they're troop planes. I'm not an Air Force person. So whatever the ones that are called with the troops that haul the troops, I don't know the numbers or anything. Somebody else might throw it up in there. He says that with approximately about 120 soldiers per plane or something.
Has anybody heard if those the separatists, have they joined Russia, or they pretty much welcomed them in, kind of thing?
Yeah, because that's how they started it. Russia basically said, we back the separatists. Basically, we support the separatists, and we support these two territories as their own, as separate from Ukraine. And that was the actual the start of it, is basically what they said. And so they started saying that they were just going to send troops into there to help the separatists. But then here we are now. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else going. Yeah, even Candace Owen says sanctions amount to absolutely nothing but posturing on a world stage.
Trying to look up info on the Twitter feeds.
I mean, and that's the problem too. Like, sanctions work if you're, let's say on a personal level, right? Sanctions work if you were living paycheck to paycheck. I could sanction you.
Right.
I could do something that would affect you because you're living paycheck to paycheck. But when you're a prepper and you got money in the bank and you got this and you're not living paycheck to paycheck, I could sanction you and you'd be like, I can hold out. I can hold out until I find another way to make things happen. I can hold out until I figure out if I can just, share my goods with my buddy. You know what I mean? It all it kind of does is allow people to find another way to get things done. And that's kind of what's happening right now. That's why
here's a predicting question real quick before he makes his statement. The chances of Russia having complete control of, was it Kiev? Is that what it's called? And then it comes to the point to where one of the NATO nations invades Ukraine to try to take it back, and we start losing soldiers that way. Boots on the ground in other countries that way. World War III? Yes, no, maybe.
It seems like they're trying to avoid that. Like that's like the last possible ditch effort to go there.
But if he takes full control of the capital city, I mean, what other choice is there? I mean, you can't really back down from that point.
Yeah.
So it's, you know,
It's either do or not do something.
Yeah. So who takes it back? You know.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, because if he takes it over, he installs a new type of government or new person, and then what happens? Do we just say, okay, well, it's over, or what? You know? That's his plan. And
that's the problem that, like I said, that's the problem a lot of people aren't looking at. I'd say we're different, but they're not looking at the true global power lost if that happens. I mean, it's almost like, okay, you got kids, right? You're raising your kids, right? Your kids, they do what you tell them to do, then they start to get older, then they start to buck a little bit, right? Hang on, what's this? UK top general, Russians blitzkrieg on day one has failed. I don't know. That's not what they're saying here, but maybe.
All right, I'll be right back, and I'll be ready to go.
Okay, cool.
And then he gets to be an age where he starts to buck back. He's like, I can do what I want to do. And next thing you know, he's like, well, go ahead, move out, get your own stuff, you know. And either they fail, you know what I mean? But it's you still have, at some point, it's that you still have, you know, authority over your child at some point. But then that leverage switches, and your child becomes that adult, and they make their own decisions and they move on. But the problem is when you do that on a global theater, you have to make sure that the other powers don't end up, you know, not that to your kids, but the other powers don't end up being millennials and drive the world into a chaos, right? You know, none of you guys should work. We're just going to give you money for free, and, you know, we'll worry about, you know, all the stuff that they worry about. So it is something that once we get pushed out of that number one spot mentally, everything else is going to follow. Once other countries look and say, hey, America ain't shit, everything else will start to follow. And when it comes to that global leverage we have as that superpower, you don't even have to lose the money. You just have to lose the mindset of the other countries.
Sage, can you check to see if the White House is live? I just got a notification on Twitter. Maybe he is going now.
I'm still looking. It has not switched over. Let me reload this and see if it's.
Oh, begin shortly. Okay.
Yeah, begin shortly. So they switched from nothing to the begin shortly, but he hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
And I got I met with Dr. Anthony Garcello. I can't pronounce his name right. He's from the Epoch Times, and I did an interview with him. He just messaged me that he wants to do a video either today and tomorrow. I'll probably do it tomorrow morning then. That he wants to kind of explain what's going on with Ukraine. He's a doctor that does this stuff, studies this stuff also, and he writes for the Epoch Times, PhD doctor. So I'll probably do an interview with him on how he sees things going also.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. What I try to do is, you know, I want to bring, or at least with my channels, I want to bring, you know, the normal person and then the professional person, right? I try to bring every aspect so we can kind of all put it together because we all have different views.
All right.
It's understanding both views. Like I understand Jeff's view because, you know, he's 10 miles from bombs exploding. You know, let's not tell him, oh, this ain't no big deal. It's all CGI. Yeah, I don't think so, Tim.
Right.
You know, so that's kind of the other aspect of things that it's.
You want to say bye to everybody, though?
I'm leaving. Tribe's coming back.
All right. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Hi, Hutch.
Hey.
Thanks, man. All right, back at it. So they're saying Biden speak. I was trying to listen to y'all on the phone as so I didn't, you know, lose what was going on and everything. Are they saying Biden's getting ready to come up or something?
Yeah. Actually, they said that he called you. He shouted you out, but you weren't at the seat. So I
was slacking, man.
I'm gonna go back. I'm telling you something right now. I'm going back and clipping the minute that food arrived. I'm clipping that. Clipping that section right there.
Hell yeah, man! I was so hungry. I didn't really eat much last night neither. Like when I got done the live stream 6 hours, and then I just laid down and tried to get some sleep. Just haven't had time to put food in my belly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hang on. Somebody sent me refinery products. Oh, hang on. Natural gas. Wow, we're almost at crude oil is at $99.50. $99.50 a barrel. Brent oil is 104. Yeah, that's going to be going up.
I wonder if anybody could find out, like, when it's $100 a barrel, what does that put us at as an average for a gallon, and so on? Because somebody said earlier that they're calling for $120 a barrel.
Yeah, the last time it was like 100 is when people freaked out. I remember that. I think it was 100.
I'm calling it right now. Before September, gas is going to be $2 more than what it is right now.
What is it right now?
I'm with you, Hutch. I'm with you.
Well, you got the date, and you just made the date up, didn't you? The 28th, 24th? No, what did you say? 23rd? What day did you say?
What, for it to pop off?
Yeah, Q-Tribe.
Yeah, I called it, baby. I called it. Wednesday. Even though it was Thursday in Ukraine, it was still Wednesday here. And let me just say, we had this thing going on with 8:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And when I first seen Russia declares war on Ukraine, it was Rubio, and that was at 9:06 p.m. So it could possibly have been 8:23 when he heard, but he had to get confirmation and all that first. So I could have been dead on to the minute. You know what I'm saying? Tribadamus, man. Tribadamus.
Yeah, I thought it was Q-Tribe, so I thought it was that, but it was pretty impressive. That was impressive. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, because I was like, man, what is he calling Wednesday for? And then it happened. I'm like, oh, that motherfucker, how did he do that? At all Russian banks. Yeah, good luck with that. All right, come on, Biden. Come on and say something. You're already late.
I know, man. I don't even know why we're already know the information about it, but it's still I want to see how much he messes up. I want to see if he makes a mistake. I want to see if he tries to act tough. I want to see what our president does.
Yeah, that's how he comes across is exactly what, like I said, what I want to see. And then because, like I said, in my opinion, this is a problem. This is a problem. And like I said, I mean, I know what Ukraine wants, or at least people like Jeff, they want, boots on the ground. They want protection. They want defense. So they don't want all this cyber attacks and stuff like that. And I understand that, but it's a fine line between just drolling in and pounding people. It's stepping across that one. Who do we think we are? Russia? Wait a minute. What?
Right. But, I wonder, even though we're not going to do, let's say, military, and we're not going to attack and kill people that way, I wonder how many people might die from the sanctions that we put in it, if they're really that bad. And,
yeah, I need to see what he's thinking that they're going to do, to be honest.
Because you think if Putin's sitting there and he's got advisors by him and they're telling him, well, because of these sanctions, we're probably going to lose 100,000 citizens because they won't be able to afford this or they won't be able to get medicine that, then that's pretty much just as bad as if you dropped a nuke in a city. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you got to think, too, Putin over pretty much since he took office has been collecting physical gold in his treasury and his, in the nation's treasury and his personal treasury. Like, I think he's one of the top 5 largest holders of physical gold in the world.
Is he?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range.
He's one of them. Him and China's one. If not China, I know that they were buying a ton also. Oh,
because I remember back when Bush was in office, Putin was coming over here, and there was a thing about him just going to he went to 2 or 3 countries and literally took every single bit of physical gold he had and brought it back to Russia. That was the thing, so he's been doing that shit for a minute. He's ready. He's good to go.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Cool. Breaking it out. NATO Supreme Allied Commander, U.S. General Todd Walters, has been given the green light to activate the 40,000 strong NATO response force. No decision made yet.
The problem is, if you can look up what's their plan, is it to just reinforce NATO ally borders, or because that's probably true, but the problem is what are they doing? Are they, hey, we're going to send this to all of our NATO ally borders around Ukraine, or is it to actually go into Ukraine? I don't know.
And adding to that, Sage, is like Putin. He constantly said, no, we're not going to invade Ukraine. We're just doing drills. We're just doing that. Well, we're going to do the same thing. If we plan on doing anything with the military, we're not going to tell nobody. We're going to say, no, we're just covering our ass. No, we're just covering our friends, our allies. And then all of a sudden, America's going to make a move if we're going to.
I think they're saying he's up on stage, I think.
All right. I'm reloading this again. Let me reload this.
I could just be reading it wrong.
He's live. They're saying he's live. It might not have kicked in yet or something.
Switch my screen. I'll do this again.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
Good afternoon.
Can you hit that full screen?
Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Without provocation, without justification, without necessity. This is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment and positions along the Ukrainian border.
I don't want to do that.
He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks.
Just hit the square, the little square at the bottom on the blue.
Now, it's unfolding largely as we predicted.
I don't know why. Is it half for you?
In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create 2 new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose major, and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government's borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time, as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power.
Wow.
And the good news is NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO.
Problem is they're not NATO.
As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. In the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown time and again how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them, but the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They've repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by people from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine, and may God protect our troops.
And he's going to take questions.
Associated Press, Zeke.
Surprised he took him.
With President Putin at this point, and what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin.
No plans to talk to him.
Journal. Karina.
They're giving Ukraine up.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be part of it?
The sanctions that we've proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea
what
he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. This is going to take time, and we have to show results. So he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together. And we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
So he didn't rule out nuclear.
Markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond. And markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin? And would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks.
Bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
Yes, you did.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
Because it
attacking
will so
Ukraine as we
weaken his
speak?
country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choices of whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if
It's
not,
not a bluff, it's on the table.
sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us.
No, they don't
are
exceed SWIFT.
profound
I'll
sanctions.
explain when we're done.
Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. Wait, no. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. Look, well, anyway.
And can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President,
Why not sanction directly today?
Defense partner for the sir.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
So India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, damn, Gina.
America. Woo.
Yeah, that went pretty much worse than I thought. I ain't gonna lie.
Good Lord, man. Good Lord. I was muted. That's probably good I was muted, man.
That didn't go well.
That was the most embarrassing thing I ever seen in my life, man. This dude couldn't even answer. You're talking about serious questions about the world, and he's like, "Oh, I don't really know, man. I don't really know. Is India backing you? Oh, we're on the phone with him right now. Like this sorry son of a bitch don't know nothing, man.
Dude, he was laughing. He was laughing.
I know. You're talking about a country being attacked that we say we're going to protect, and you're sitting here giggling because the news wants to ask you questions because you ain't told us shit.
Dude, this is amazing because I even have Jeff over here saying this is bullshit. We keep on dying, and they keep on making sanctions because he watched it too. And it's I mean, what
I don't know if anybody else caught this, but the takeaway that I got right in the very beginning, he said that he was going after the billionaires, so private citizens who he considered the elites of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of stuck with me. Like, so you're saying it's okay for the government to choose who the elites are or who's a threat because of how they donate, or you know what I'm saying? That opened a broad fucking door in my mind. It might be nothing, but it just stuck with me.
And does that make you think that maybe if you look at the world and what they're looking at, if you say you're just going to attack rich people in Russia, they might not have no. I'm not saying I know, but they might. That means you're attacking citizens. So we're going to go after Russian citizens for what Putin's doing because you're so fucking scared of Putin. Like, come on, man. Step the fuck up and do what you got to do. We're talking about America, the leader of the fucking free world. And this sorry motherfucker gets up there and says this bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Basically, he's AOC. Go after the rich. That's what I just saw. At some point, I understand NATO. He's basically saying don't come after anybody with NATO. We can't do anything unless you attack NATO. Somebody asked what SWIFT was. All right, so what SWIFT does, just so you know, is SWIFT is how banks exchange money. It's the software. It's the best way to understand this, and I'm not giving you the technical terms, but it is the software that allows banks to talk to each other. That money flows from one bank to another bank is kind of the SWIFT system. If you lock that out, nobody, and you kick them off, they can't exchange money with other banks and things like that. Now, what I didn't hear sanctioned, and maybe somebody else did, was oil. I did not hear that they were sanctioning oil to Russia or anything like that. So to me, which would go after, you sanction oil, you shut down the government, you shut down tanks, you shut down planes, you shut stuff down because they convert oil into diesel and then you can fly things. I didn't hear them sanctioning oil that would stop tanks and stuff like that to the best of their ability. So to me, you're sanctioning the rich, but you ain't sanctioning the government.
Yeah.
I mean, because you don't sanction the government, you shut down oil. Because I'm shutting your military vehicles. That's how we stop Japan. I mean, you sanction that. And I didn't hear that sanction, and that's what I was hoping for or listening for, because I was nervous. Once you do that, it's all out. But I didn't hear that sanction. And maybe somebody else did, and please let me know, but I didn't hear. I heard financial sanctions, tech sanctions, all this other
bullshit.
I didn't hear oil.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he could have at least said something like, you know, you're talking to the world. You could have said something, you know, a strong president would have said Putin won't even be able to make a fucking phone call after today. You know, say something that's going to hit this dude in the mouth. You know, let the world know that we're standing, we're going to attack a couple rich people. We're going to make sure they can't get half of their money, because we all know they got money elsewhere. This man, I'm telling you, man, they don't have nothing. You know how POTB says, man, I got nothing. That's fucking Joe Biden right there, man. I got nothing, man. You know what I mean? That was the worst fucking thing I've ever seen, man.
He knows sanctions aren't going to do anything. He knows nothing's going to happen. And is that the answer? And this is what the problem is. You might as well just say, Ukraine, you're fucked. Listen, I'm on the phone with Ukraine president. I'm telling him he's screwed. The only way we're going to get out of this if there's a false flag against NATO. But don't worry, we're going to drop you some bottled water. We're going to drop you some, MREs. You're good there. But besides that, I think your country's lost. But nice working with you.
And why no questions about China? I mean, somebody in it, but he's got a list of reporters that they told him, okay, you can go to them because they won't ask this question and they won't ask that question. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's so set up in such bullshit, man. He didn't say nothing different than what he said before all this shit went down. Like it's complete bullshit, man. This shit frustrates the shit out of me, man.
And this is
go ahead.
No, go.
I was gonna say the only takeaway from this whole thing is, as long as you don't touch NATO soil, you can rape and pillage as much as you want. We're just gonna sit back here and shut the fuck up.
Right. And we're gonna cut off your. And he even said, "Why are you sanctioning people? Because then his citizens will know that he did this to them. I'm gonna punish your people when I can straight out sanction your military and your oil. No, I don't want to do that. I want to punish your people for what your people are doing. How many times have you heard of the protests and the riots and stuff that go well in Russia? I mean, they don't just allow freedom of speech and freedom of protest and stuff like that in these countries. So what do you think the people are going to rise up and protest and stuff? Good luck with that.
Right.
And we're going to send troops to Germany. We're going to send troops to, like I said, that 40,000 troops were probably going to be placed on the borders of NATO countries, whichever ones are divided up or whatever. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So it's just like I said.
But that's kind of what guarantees war for later generations, though. Because if you sanction a country into poverty so much, then you got a whole generation being taught, hey, we're only poor because America's got sanctioned on us.
Right.
You know? So you're making your own.
Correct. And that's one of those things that eventually you get that Pearl Harbor. Hey, you can't eat because the U.S. sanctioned us. What do you want to do about it? I'll sign up to the military. You know what I mean? And the other thing that made me a little nervous was Vladimir Putin said that blah, blah, you're going to receive punishment like you've never received it before. And his answer was, what did you think that threat? What do you think that was a threat? What do you think that means? Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. What fucking leader of the world, supposed leader of the world, would say some shit? I'm with you, Sage. I'm with you. How the fuck you gonna say I don't know?
How do you not step up and say, look, we all have access to possibly doing things like that, but that as of right now, any type of threat like that would be handled, or however you'd want to word that. You wouldn't just say, I don't know what he means by that. You don't know what he means by that.
How wouldn't they be prepped for that fucking question in the first? They should have prepped him for that question. We all know that question was going to come up. You know what I mean? Like, how could you not even be prepped for that?
Easy.
Even if you are going to lie to us and bullshit us every time you get in front of the camera.
Right.
You figure that would be one of those things that he's updated daily on to let him know. Like, it's kind of what you should know every day in your reports. You know?
Yeah,
I'm telling y'all better prepare. And I hate to say it, but I just don't know, man. Seeing that and seeing the way, man, I tell you what.
Is Taiwan NATO?
No.
Taiwan gets invaded in a month. Calling it right now.
Oh yeah.
Less than a month, Taiwan's invaded.
Maybe today. After that damn speech. You know what I'm saying? Not saying the speech will do much, but I mean, come on, man. That was weak and defeated. That was just unbelievable, man. I know Sage has got deep thoughts on it and shit, man. Me, I just want to cuss him out for the next half hour.
It's like he did that part where he raised his hands. It was almost like it was in parentheses in his script that says raise hand authoritatively. And he was like, hey, guys, Russia.
Right. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Authoritative.
To me, like I said, I can tell you right now that they're going to take, Miley said that they're going to take, Mark Miley, somebody put in there, said that they're going to take in 72 hours, take the Capitol. I asked Jeff, he was told 96 hours. So at this point, basically, Biden's saying, look, you guys can have Ukraine, but stay there. Stay there. Yeah, we're going to sanction you. We're going to do all this stuff, and you'll probably find ways around that type stuff. But, just make sure you stay there. Stay there in Ukraine. Don't touch anything else. We'll give you Ukraine, but besides that, stay there.
But it seems kind of counterproductive because, like, hey, we just took all this from you, but yet you just gained 10 times the amount in the land that you just took over. So it's, you know what I mean? A drop in the bucket.
Correct. And at some point, like I said, it possession, I guess, becomes 9/10 of the law. So what happens if you go in there and you take Ukraine, you deal with it for a month or two, and you say, "God," and just like Crimea, what sanctions were put on him when he took Crimea? Somebody look that up. What sanctions did he get when they took Crimea? Because isn't that what Obama did? Sanctions? I don't know the sanctions. And they're still holding Crimea.
Canceled a couple of his credit cards, maybe. Made it so he can't buy suits in Hollywood. I mean, come on, man. This is such bullshit.
Yeah, actually, if somebody would look that up, let me see. I'll try to look up too. What sanctions?
I'm not good at all looking shit up, man. My fault, man.
Oh, no problem.
I got a 15-second memory span, so I forgot what you asked to look for as soon as it came out of your mouth.
I hear that. So what do you think? What do you think Russia's reaction to this is going to be, man? Do you think anything, or are they just going to keep doing what they're doing, and they're just like, he ain't even paying attention to what the fuck we're saying or what we're doing because he's not. They're already prepared for everything that we're going to do with as far as sanctions. Russia's already prepared for this. That's why they're doing what they're doing, and they're not worried about. We've been threatening sanctions for weeks, months, years, decades. He's not worried about that shit. So now I think Putin's just going to continue to do what his plan is, and we ain't doing shit.
I think it gives him the authority to pretty much hammer down harder. Hey, you guys just said you ain't going to do shit to me. I already know what the worst you can do to me. You said you're going to do. Boom. Ain't nothing stopping me now. I can just go in and do the damn thing. You know what I mean? Don't need the kid gloves anymore. Let's just burn this bitch. You know?
Right. Maybe, man. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking this up.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Are the Olympics technically over yet?
Yeah. They ended, I think, Sunday morning.
Oh, yeah. Any day now, shit. Taiwan's getting touched.
There you go, Sage. Did I miss something? I might have missed something. Travel bans and freezing of their U.S. assets, and set a referendum by the region to join Russia would violate international law. There you go, Sage.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we did sanctions then for that. And he's still there now. Well, we're going to give him worse sanctions. Worse sanctions. Worse sanctions?
Yeah. Taiwan's freaking the fuck out right now.
Oh, yeah. They scared to death.
South Korea is having a heart attack right now. You kidding me?
Right. I bet you Japan's a little worried. Because, Japan, they over there. I bet you NATO's probably a little worried. Will America do it? Are they going to back us to full force, or are they going to expect us to handle this and they'll just help us out a little bit? It sure seems like America's just saying, man, we ain't doing shit to nobody, man. We money.
All of our allies in the back in some way or another since Potatoes took office. You see the pullout. We pissed a lot of allies off about that. Like, hey, you didn't even let us know. We got people. What the hell? You know what I mean? And now they're doing this. Like, you ain't even defending these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, your word don't mean shit.
Yeah. And what does Putin know that he's letting out or could let out? Like, what kind of information could he drop on our friends to turn our friends against us? I mean, there's a bigger plan than just dropping some bombs and taking over a few airports. Like, Putin's probably got his ducks in order for a long way down the street, if you know what I'm saying. I bet you he's got a few more tricks up his sleeve than we think he does.
And who's to say he doesn't find something in Ukraine if he does take it over and he's got access to there? What if he finds something incriminating us to one of our allies? He's like, look, these guys have been fucking you over for years. Look, let me show you. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy times, man.
It's unbelievable, man. It looks like America ain't We ain't that anymore. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. We look like it looked like a small little country was talking to their people. That didn't look like America's president talking to the American people. That looked like fucking, like Lithuania talking to their people, or Sweden talking to their people. We looked small right there, man. We looked tiny. While Putin and Russia and China are looking like monsters right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Like I said, nobody wants to go to war. Nobody wants to do this and to go to that extreme. I understand decisions have to be made, and Biden has to say, okay, what's best for the American people also, right? I understand that, but at some point, you almost have to say, okay, I'm not going to talk to Putin. What? Discussions are open. He's welcome to call. We better talk about this, because at this point, things are going too extreme, and we're going to be rolling in. That's not what was said. And going in there, I know, could cause World War III and stuff like this, but at some aspect, you've got a country that you've been basically feeding arms, feeding weapons, telling them they can defend themselves, building them up to fight, and then when the fight comes and they're overpowered, they're getting rolled. So you made the decision. You had no problem making money and selling all these goods there, and selling all these weapons there, and selling all this stuff. And when the time comes when they need the backup, they get rolled. But then when we go to countries, and then my problem is, but we have no problem going into countries like Afghanistan to do that shit. But we can't stand up for the other democracies, the ones that are democracies. And I'm telling you, that's if I'm looking at this and I'm a country, you mean you come in here and you help us create a democracy, and then when somebody wants to come us, you run away?
Yeah, exactly.
But
exactly.
But you have no problem coming into my country and telling me how I should run, how I should be a democracy, and I should change everything, and I should do this. Then you have no problem dropping troops on the ground.
Yeah.
Right? You have no problem dropping troops on the ground. I mean, let's face it. If before this all happened, we would have been pumping oil, we would have been prepping, and we would have said, and you had an inkling that Russia was going to invade, why wouldn't you just plop our U.S. troops there and been like, look, our U.S. troops are in there doing drills for the rest of the year. So if you go in there, what do you mean they're in there? I'm sorry.
No balls, man. No balls. The cojones are gone, Sage.
And that's what I would have done. I would have said, oh, they think they're going in there? I would have made an announcement. Ukraine and United States are going to be doing military drills for the next 10 months. You got your military in there, and they're doing drills. Now Russia comes in, you'd be like, whoa. That would have slowed them down. And then you're back here pumping oil. You're back here prepping for this stuff. And then you're like, look, we're pumping oil. We're doing drills. We're in Ukraine doing training and doing drills. You're already selling them weapons. And then at that point, I mean, I'm not talking tanks and planes, but at least some type of soldiers, some types of boots on the ground doing foot drills, that type of stuff. Like I said, I'm not talking nuclear weapons, nuclear bombers and stuff like that, but something there, because you knew he was coming. You knew he was coming. Why wouldn't you have at least asserted yourself that way? And you know what I mean? To slow that down, to give him a reason to say, well, you attack our troops, you're attacking NATO troops, this could be a problem. I mean, I can't. You knew it was coming. So it's not like, oh, well, that would have been, you would have broke something. Would have broke what? The fact that he's in there now with tanks taking, Chernobyl power plants? Just took a power plant. I don't know. What the hell do I know?
Another thing that kind of irritated me was the fact that they were having a nuclear conversation, the potato and the reporter. But in the same paragraph, it was, I don't know if he's got nukes or if he'll use them, paraphrasing, of course. But
right.
No, I have no intention of talking to him. What?
Right.
There's nuclear talk in the world, but yet you refuse to talk to the person who has the control of the button to those nukes? What fucking sense does that make?
And to me, that doesn't look. The answer should have been, I'm always open to conversation with Putin. He knows my number. He knows how to get a hold of me. I'm always open to conversation. This conversation was what needs to happen right now. So at this point, I'm open to that conversation. All he's got to do is call. But no, it was I'm not talking to him. Why?
Yeah.
To the point that we're this, and you're automatically saying I'm not talking to him, and not so good.
Every important thing he had zero answer for. He was doing zero about. Yeah, you know what I mean? I know I don't word things correctly, but he's doing absolutely nothing. You know, these reporters are asking questions because these are the things that the American leaders should be doing. You should be somehow getting in contact with Putin and having some kind of dialogue with this motherfucker. You know, you should be talking to China. I mean, come on, man. Come on. I don't know. The reporter asked, do you think that they're talking about nuclear when they're talking about attacking us? That's what blew me away. What? The only answer you got is, I don't know. That's what you're telling the American people when we're asking you, are we going to be attacked by nuclear weapons from Russia? I don't know. Are you fucking out of your mind?
And I refuse to call him to find out.
Yeah.
So Jeff just sent me something and it's in Russian. But basically says that the girl went to the grocery store with her mom in my region where he's from. And her mom got killed on the way back.
And that was in Ukraine?
Yeah, that was in Ukraine.
Jeez.
I can show this. I mean, if I get it on the screen. Hang on. Come on. Hang on, I'm having an issue with my... Get on that screen. My computer's refusing to allow me. I got too many screens here. And oh, hang on, let me check my. Give me a second here. Technical difficulties. Preferences.
You know what's crazy is this could actually be the week that we officially find out if we're officially in the WW3. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. No doubt.
It's good times.
And like I said, and I know a lot of people are like, well, this stuff happens everywhere. I get it. I understand that. But the issue, like I said, is decisions have to be made on who and when we protect. And to me, we seem to have no problem going in to places that we might not, to take charge and take things over. But now we're not looking to defend. Let me snag screen here. Yeah. Share screen.
I'm with you. You just let me know when, and I'll push the button.
Okay. That should be it there. So this is the telegram. I don't know if you can read that, but basically this is what I've been talking to him, and this is, I mean, of course, this is. And none of us, unless somebody speaks Russian, I don't. That or Ukraine, because he can speak both. He basically said a girl went to the grocery store in my region and her mom got killed on the way back. So, and then I could just,
I feel bad for the Ukrainians that just watched that fucking speech by Biden, man. I can't imagine what it would be like to be Ukrainian. I can't imagine what it would be like to be to be in politics in Ukraine, to be part of the government in Ukraine, and to know that they set us up for all this shit, and now they're just going to walk away. Like you said, Sage, they're just going to walk away, and we're going to fall, and they're not going to help at all. They're not going to do shit. I
mean, that's my problem. And we all, and I understand everybody flipped out, not flipped out, but was a big deal when we were leaving Afghanistan and we pulled out and people were killed and a lot of people were left behind and they were coming and we didn't evacuate everybody. We're at a house situation right now that we have a whole country here that we were giving goods, giving things to, and training to do this stuff, and and nothing. So hasn't seen it yet. You wait until he sees it, and then I'll pull it up there. But so it's just one of those things that I don't know. It's who's this?
I'm still here with you, man.
No, it's okay. I was just checking. I'm just I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. Do I feel now? In my opinion, do I think we're going to go to war? At this point, I've been wrong before. I should just ask Tribe. No, because I think we're going to go and basically just hold the line of Ukraine, and we're not going to do anything with Ukraine at this point. So until he gets complete control of Ukraine, in my opinion, then he can say, look, I'm already in complete control of Ukraine. You want to keep your sanctions, but you're also hurting the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia and the people. You know what I'm saying? Now you're hurting everybody because now I'm in here.
I hate to say it, man, but we got a whole nother chapter to this book. When China does its thing and it's going to do its thing, we're not even going to be thinking about Putin no more. We about to go into the whole ass end of this book that we're reading. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be huge, man. And look how we're dealing with Russia. How bad is it going to be when China does their thing, man? And like Nisi said, we actually have a pact with Taiwan to protect them military wise and stuff.
Well,
so
we have the same thing with Ukraine in regards to let me pull the damn treaty with Ukraine. But the issue is it said hang on. And I think it was 1994 Ukraine.
I do. I know there's some that don't, but I tell you, I do. I think this is going to lead us into World War III. Look, you can't handle this situation the way our president is. You can't have somebody like that. We look so horrible. It makes a difference. You can't have two superpowers like China and Russia wanting to rule the world and wanting to do their thing, and we're this weak on them. Like shit's gonna pop off, and we're gonna feel it, man. I don't know how it's gonna go down. We're gonna get hit one way or the other. We're gonna be in a war. Now it might be, at first it might be through cyber attacks and shit like that, like we've been talking. But I just can't see. We ain't just gonna sit back and not be touched. Like it's gonna happen, man. We're gonna feel this.
Yeah. Grab my screen real quick.
Got you.
All right, so it was actually the Budapest Memorandum. So it's a memorandum. So on December 5th, 1994, the leaders of Ukraine, Russia, Britain, and the United States signed a memorandum to provide Ukraine with security assurances in connection with its accession to the NPT as a non-nuclear weapon state. The four parties signed the memorandum containing a preamble of 6 paragraphs. And basically what this was is they said, look, you guys are like the third in nuclear weapons, and we want you to give up your nuclear weapons. Skis, you don't need them. No, you're fine. And they said, okay, deal. But some of the stuff that they agreed to, and I think it's either 5 or 6, Russian Federation Kingdom. No, the Federation. If Ukraine should become a victim of an act of aggression or an object of a threat of aggression in which nuclear weapons are used. So it's this one right here. So, so Russian Federation, United Kingdom of Great Britain, North Ireland, and the United States of America reaffirm their commitment to seek immediate U.S. nation Security Council action to provide assistance to Ukraine as a non-nuclear weapon state party to the treaty on the proliferation of nuclear weapons. If Ukraine should become a victim of an act of aggression or an object of threat of aggression in which nuclear weapons are used. So act of aggression or object of aggression in nuclear weapons. So basically, if you're going to get nuked, we got your back. But until then, you're screwed. So, and then firm. Let me make sure that this one, their commitment is to not use nuclear weapon against a non-nuclear weapon state. The treaty proliferation, except in the case of an attack on themselves or territories or dependent on territories, the armed forces, allies, blah blah blah. So they gave up nuclear weapons because, like I said, they were, I believe, the third largest in nuclear weapons before this, and they gave them up. I want to make sure. I think they're the
fine print.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'll pull that down.
I got to tell you, Fat Man, I feel you, man, because like you were Fat Man was one of the ones that were the most against there's going to be a war. And I'm not shitting on you, brother. I'm just saying you had other thoughts on it. A lot of people did.
Oh, so did I.
Fat Man was the hardest one to convince, and we didn't convince. He's like, nah, ain't going to happen. So, and now he's even thinking, yeah, it's pot. How can you not say World War III is at least a possibility right now? I mean,
yeah, I'd say it's a possibility. I do feel that if Putin plays this right, he at least ends up with Ukraine. He at least ends up, it's it. He owns it. And then they're Russian again. And then they wait, and then he just waits. And then he holds his territory and says, you guys want to keep your sanctions up, you're only hurting the Ukraine people too, because now they're new.
Yep.
Well, how many of the old Soviet Union countries could he potentially actually get back without even touching a NATO country?
Let me check. That's a good question.
That is a good question.
My bad. I ain't trying to make y'all do homework or nothing.
No, I'm cool with it.
That's a great question, because I know there is a couple that's in NATO. If I seen correctly, I remember watching it and they showed there's a couple of them that are NATO, and that's part of what Putin was saying is like, y'all wasn't supposed to do this. You know what I mean? Like you promised us you wouldn't move no farther east with NATO. You wouldn't try to grab up these countries that Russia used to have and put them on your team, so to speak. And that's part of the reason Putin's saying why he's doing what he's doing now. You know what I mean? And was it worth it to us? Really think about that. Like, what fucking little spot that broke off from Russia did America need on its side other than to put a couple missiles so we could have them aimed at Russia or something? Like, you can almost feel where Putin's coming from on some of the shit he's talking about, man. What help did it do? What the? I think we were seriously trying to take Russia down to nothing. I don't think we were just satisfied with taking out the Soviet Union. I think we really were trying to get to the point where Russia would just no longer be shit. They would be another Afghanistan. And I think Putin, he ain't having it. He's like, nah, man, y'all ain't doing to us what y'all did to Iraq and what y'all did to Afghanistan. I'm just saying, I don't know for sure. I'm just throwing ideas out there. Or shit that I've heard Putin say and I'm reflecting on it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me try to. All right. So let's see. The original Soviet Union was Russia and Ukraine. I'm trying to see the other ones. And Georgia. And I'm trying to see if Georgia is part of NATO.
Georgia. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Russia tried to get Georgia back in the day.
Georgia is not part of NATO. Belarus. Belarus.
Yeah, why ain't there no talk on that, Sage?
Is not.
Belarus is their own country, and they're doing the same. They're attacking fucking Ukraine too. Why is nobody talking about that?
I have no idea. That's a good question too. I don't think. Let me pull this one because this is weird. What are the? Show me the 30 damn. I wanted to see a list. Make my life easier, please.
What's up, man? Let me hit you with a couple more questions, Sage. You know what I'm saying?
Quick, go. All right. Right. Yeah, so there's like 1, 2, 3. There's 30 countries in NATO. Oh, they could have quite a bit, actually. Wow.
Let me ask you this: on the border of Ukraine and Russia, are there any NATO? I know there's Poland, but and Belarus too. So let's do Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine. What NATO countries are connected to them? Does it say that on the map? Does it show that?
So I've got. Let me do this too. Share screen here. Share screen. Let's go.
Got you.
3. Let's go with allow. All right. So that is the map of the old Soviet Union here. All right. I can build this up. Nope, wrong one. Try this one. All right. So this is the map of the old Soviet Union, and I don't know what's going on with my screen. So, all right. So there's Ukraine. Get off there. There's Ukraine and Belarus.
Right.
This Kakistan or whatever. And I'm trying to see which one. And then I'm over here. Let me pull this up.
Uh-oh.
And shrink this over here. Hang on. You know why this is doing it? Because it's Firefox sucks. All right. So one that starts with an E. Right here.
Is that all the NATO things that are on this list over here?
So the first one here is NATO. And then I'm going to find one that starts, and this one is now NATO. This one is now.
Lithuania.
And then I go to this. This is not NATO. Ukraine is not NATO. Let me go to M. This is not NATO. Georgia is my mouse. Georgia is not NATO. These ones are not NATO. I'm not even going to try to pronounce them. Where's K?
So pretty much hardly anything that used to be Russia is NATO. So what the hell is Putin bitching about?
Yeah, it looks like this pocket over here seems to be NATO, down to Ukraine, right? So Ukraine is not one. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S. I don't see K. I don't see this one as NATO. What about U? Let's see if there's any U's. Oh, just the United States. I don't see this as NATO. Let's find T. I don't see this as NATO. I don't see this as NATO. Yeah, so these are not NATO, and it only seems that NATO would be this one, Anastasia. I'm horrible with names again, I know. Latava, Luth, and this one. So these only seem to be NATO right here.
So what the hell is Putin bitching about?
So why wouldn't? Well, they wanted Ukraine to join NATO, right?
Yeah.
That's why he's gonna say he's basically moving his chess piece over here to say, no, you ain't getting this one, because they wanted to roll all the way this way. So basically, Putin's putting an X right here to block their O.
Yeah.
And he says, you ain't getting this one, and then then you're bordering here. If I'm Putin and I can go this way, I'm gonna start here and work my way this way to get it all back. And I'll leave 4 countries. You can have these.
In kind of a sense, everything Biden said today was basically a recruitment call. Like, hey, any of you former Soviet Union countries want to join NATO? That's the only way we're going to defend your ass. Hurry up and get over here and sign that ticket.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Be honest, that's a very good point. It's like, hey, NATO. If you ain't part of the NATO team, you out of luck. So to me, like I said, you've got these 4 here that are NATO. The rest of these are not. He starts here, works his way this way, and he can take most of this back without taking these 4, and then he can leave these 4, these tiny ones here.
Hey, Sage, can we find a thing to share of Psaki talking?
Yeah.
They're saying she's about to speak. Do you know a site that we can watch it and not get in trouble for it?
Yeah. Let's go to YouTube.
I'll let you find it and I'll bring it back up. Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate you. Let's see what because maybe she'll answer some questions. That's a damn shame. She gonna be able to answer questions better than fucking Biden would. You know what I mean? I guess
60 minutes. They said it comes on live in 59 minutes.
Oh, it's an hour away.
Okay. See.
Well, either way, appreciate y'all. Sage, nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you also. I
gotta
Appreciate
make
you, brother.
food. I gotta do this stuff again in a couple hours. I need a nappy now.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna actually jump off here too because I have to run out and grab emergency supplies because Trevor Pride's gonna give me a date and I'll know exactly when World War III is gonna start.
Yes, sir. I got to do a little bit of research and I'll give you the date and time. Don't worry about it. I got you.
That way I can play the Vegas odds until Vegas goes down.
Right. No doubt.
But yeah, thanks for having me on. If you still have a little bit after I run around, maybe I'll not. If not, I have to do one at 7:00 for the Maya show. So I have to do that also. So, all right, cool. Thanks, brother.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man.
See ya. Bye.
Well, we got it in, folks. We got it in. Everybody dipping on me now, though. Y'all got just me. Tribe, you going live again tonight? Now you got Hutch going live at 8, and then you got Native going live at 9. So that's kind of why I'm doing it during the day, early in the morning. Well, not early in the morning, but doing a earlier live because everybody's gonna be going tonight. Hutch at 8 and Native at 9. Appreciate you. I'll hang out a couple more minutes, man, but then I'm probably going to take a break too because I'm going to be watching them tonight. And we went 6 hours last night. We're working on 4 hours now. So, man, it's just crazy shit, y'all. Crazy shit. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that man got up on that stage like that. Just don't make no sense to me, man. Make sure y'all sub up to Sage and shit, though, man. He be putting out some good shit. He digs deep into all kinds of shit, man. He lets you know about the shipping containers and everything coming in and going out and all that shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, there's Sage's link right there. Make sure you sub up to Hutch too. Get on up in the Hutch. And Nisi, if you're listening, you can put Hutch's new channel up too, because he's gonna be doing a lot of shit on his other channel. I think it's Deepwood Studios. If you can post that link. Oh, I appreciate you, Deborah. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Break some beats, Tribe. Break some beats. Let me see what I can do. Real quick. Go over here and see what I got going on. Let y'all hear a new one real quick if anybody's interested. Let me see. Let me find it. No, it's not. All right, let's see here. StreamYard, share, screen, Chrome tab, share, and we'll bring me up. All right. Y'all tell me if y'all can hear this when I play it. So y'all check this one out. This one's kind of a slow one, trying to work on some new stuff here. So y'all tell me if y'all like this. I got a couple new ones. I'll let y'all hear this one though. Kind of a slow joint, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of a slow joint. Let me see. I got a couple more I'm working on. They're not completely done or nothing, but I'll let y'all hear them real quick. Y'all tell me what y'all think. All right, now this next one I actually named it 823. 823. Let's see what it's about. I don't even remember everything, so let's see what it sounds like. Yeah, I think Natives Live is a members live. So you gotta get hooked up with the Brave Nation if you want to check out Natives Live tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think it's for the members tonight. Let me see if I can pull one more out my ass for y'all. Let me see what I got up in here. What else we got? Here's one. I can tell it's not done at all, but let's see what it sounds like. Something I've been working on. So I got to get a beat to kick in there at the perfect time and start kicking. Kind of got to feel it as you play along, but sometimes I put something together and then I get something in my mind and I want to change it up, you know what I mean? It's going to be dope when I'm done with it though. All right, let's see. One more. This is I named it Moon Visit. So we visiting the moon. I don't know what this is about. Let me see. It'll turn up in a second. You feel like you visiting the moon or what? Walking around on the moon, smoking a J, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's some of the stuff I've been working on, y'all. When I got time, you know what I'm saying? We in outer space, no doubt. I'm gonna call it at 4 hours. That gives me about another 5 minutes, man. Then I'm gonna call it. But we'll get back at it. Like if a bunch of shit pops off and some shit pops off, man, you know, I'll go live again. But I'm not gonna go live on top of Hutch or Native or nothing like that. I'm be hanging out with them in their chats and whatnot. Might even jump on there with Native. I don't know if he's gonna. I think he sent out the link. We might be jumping up on there with him and shit. See what Hutch is doing. Twice a day, I say a slow clock is wrong all day. I hear that, Ronnie. No doubt. Something I can layer up, Lady Smith. I feel you. Figure out how to send it. What do you mean? Send the beat? I can send a beat. I know how to send a beat. I'm gonna have to come up with a new guesstimation of when I think they'll. Well, I guess we got to guess to see what China's gonna do first, right? Got to come up with some kind of date, some kind of time to see when China's gonna do. You know, we got to do some guessing, man. We're pretty good at it. So, Backwoods, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Stay safe out there, man. I'll hit you up. What y'all think, man? Wait, when do y'all think China's gonna pop off? Because I think they're definitely gonna pop off. It's just a matter of when. Y'all think sooner or later? Appreciate you, Random. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Garrett. That's what's up. No doubt. Sooner? Yeah. Bug dude with the 316. I hear that. It jumped on me. Next 30 to 60 days. Yeah. I think they're going. I think they're going to jump right on it. I don't think they want it to calm down with Russia before they do something like, because then that takes the pressure off of them, of us coming at them. If we got to deal with Russia and them, it gives them more of a chance to do whatever they want to do, and we tied up. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? You know what I'm saying? It's craziness, man. Completely wild. China is very patient. I hear that. No doubt. Oh, you think after the whole Ukraine thing's done, POTB? I don't know. I don't know. My pH as a file. All right, so Lady Smith, you want me to send you a beat? Is that what you're saying? I don't even know which one, if that's what you mean. Man, I am tired as hell, man. I ain't getting no, so my eyes are getting heavy. Can y'all tell? My eyes looking all heavy and shit. Putting in work, you know what I'm saying? Hanging out with y'all. Appreciate all y'all, though. Everybody that's been flooding the chat with information and everything, man. If anybody's going live after I leave, man, you can damn sure say so in the chat. Let people know that you're going to do something, or if you got something going on, any channels out there, if you want to let people know you got a channel, or you know, you're going to go live after this, or you got something coming up, man, be sure to tell people, man. Everybody looking for something to get their eyes on. If they wait till after it becomes isolated, conflicts, war, instead of more of a world war image. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. The taking of Taiwan began when you played that last beat. I hear that, Long Pig, no doubt. Oh, Lady Smith talking to Sharon? I think she talking to me the whole damn time. Yeah, I'm tired, man. Wore out, y'all. Wore out. All right, y'all. I got about a minute left, and I'm going to call it. Appreciate y'all being here, though, man. I really do. Hope we got some information out there. Hope we did the damn thing, man. I appreciate y'all, though. We'll be back at it again. I'll probably, man, today's Thursday. I guess I'm going live tomorrow at 8 with my regular live. We'll see what happens then, see what all pops off. You know what I'm saying? Probably get it in. Get it in. All right. Let me throw something on. Y'all can watch this as we go on up out of here. But y'all stay safe, man. If y'all hear anything, hit me up. Y'all, preppertribe@gmail.com. Or you can hit me up in comments. I check those and stuff. Hey, thank y'all. Bug Dude, Awkward. Appreciate the hell out of you. Appreciate all y'all. No bullshit. Let me hit something though, so we can watch something on the way out. Let's see. Shit. Yeah, let's hit it with this. This is an old school one. Let's play this one. All right, y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. Peace. Much love. Appreciate all y'all. Mods, Niecy, Mrs. Plummer, Mods. Appreciate y'all. Everybody that gave info, everybody that got on the panel. Much love. I salute. Stay strong. Get prepped up.